And especially with IoT and couple of technology interventions like this, opportunities to, I would say, have a large scale impact of these innovations and also influence people at the rural and the grassroots. I think the opportunities are enormous, right? So today I would say we have a mix of entrepreneurs, some very, very early, just out of college, just out of their graduation, who are also innovating, building some solutions to impact people in rural India. There are also, for example, Siddharth, who's there, is I would say a thorough research professional who has a PhD from IISc, but again building solutions for people, affordable solutions for people who are there. And again, Prabhav, who's there, who's building solutions where he's looking at an impact on a large scale, no, especially in agriculture. You would hear their stories as well as to what is it they are trying to do and what impact they're trying to create. But just a few minutes of background as to why this discussion is very, very important. See, initially, when we wanted to give a session on a grassroots innovation, more like a talk, I said probably a discussion with the people who are really doing it would be really a good idea to do, because nothing like hearing from the horse's mouth. So that is why this whole conceptualization of the discussion evolved as a workshop model. Now, stepping one back step of what is happening on the grassroots innovations, right? So today there are institutions, very, very sporadic, of course, which are working on supporting rural innovations, supporting on grassroots innovations, and also having a look at the frugal innovations. I'm a firm believer that anything you do in India, is predominantly social, whether it is healthcare, whether it is agriculture, whether it is sanitation, water, hygiene. It has to be frugal, it has to be affordable. So, because most of the people are at the bottom of the pyramid, and India as a market definitely believes in being frugal, being something to do with affordable. That's one, right? So, having said that, if you see agriculture, there are a lot of interventions happening on technology, IoT, whether it is precision farming or agriculture supply chain enhancement solutions, which Prabha would throw light on, or implementation of drones for agriculture. There are enormous solutions. The second thing is healthcare, which is a specific focus of Derby Foundation also, right? See, Derby is an incubator hosted by the Dayanand Sagar Group, and we are focusing on healthcare, whether it is point of care devices or telemedicine or multiple devices. Most of them are looking at, again, affordable healthcare, how it could have an impact on enhancing the quality of life for most of the Indians. Next part you would look at is, moment you say rural, we also talk about dairy, right? Dairy, cattle, cows. Again, there are a lot of solutions specifically on IoT technology, which have been, I would say, very early stage, but still, being deployed. Whether it is detection of diseases in cattle, or tracking of cattle, or detection of the quality of milk, or what could be done to enhance the quality of supply chain in dairy products. Again, Akshay Kalpa is a very good example of that, right? I know Dr. Reddy, who's been himself a very good veterinarian, did a lot of work on grassroots, in dairy, in rural, specifically in Tumkur, Tiptur belt, and he is a co-founder of Akshay Kalpa, right? So we need probably more Dr. Reddy's to transform the Indian dairy context. The next part, if you look at water, irrigation, a lot of opportunities are there, and of course many other startups are also there who are doing this. Similar areas, again, with respect to energy, whether you're talking about solar or water conservation, or deployment of IoT based energy meters to conserve energy and divert them to rural area. There are solutions available. But if you look at, I would say, affordable solutions and grassroots, I would bucket it into probably two buckets. One is grassroots innovations, which have been happening from multiple centuries. How do we really take it forward and then commercialize it on a large scale? Number two, there are many, many startups like Siddharth or Prabhav or Raman who are there, who are building solutions for rural India. How do we enable them to take it on a larger scale, right? So there are two parts of the conversation. We would see how much of this we could cover in the probably next 30 to 35 minutes, right? Before that, probably before we get into a deeper conversation, I would probably request the entrepreneurs here to briefly take about 5 to 7 minutes each and introduce themselves, introduce about what is the solution they are trying to build for India, right? I think being engaged among the team here, I would request Raman and Lakshman to share your story of what is it you're trying to build and what is the impact you're trying to create. Over to you, Raman.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are Raman and Lachman, twin co-founder of Backyard Creators. Backyard Creators is a startup building an innovative tech to solve medical and environmental problems. We are mainly focusing on assistive tech and medical devices. So from the childhood, we are very crazy about solving of problems with the electronic scraps. So one day, while we are running in a street, while we are going in our street, we find a person called Adi. He has a hearing loss. We asked our mother why you are not going for any hearing aid for Adi or medical treatment for Adi. He explained as the Adi has a conjunctive hearing loss. From the birth, he is not able to hear. There is a only solution for them is a implantation surgery, but it is highly expensive, over 15 lakhs, which is not affordable for a people like Adi. So and also there are many difficulties while having the implantation. So he explained us about he is brief about their solution available for Adi, and also there is no proper medical support in their place for treat their hearing loss. So from that point we have decided to something to a people like Adi. So we have start doing a research on it. We found that there is a huge problem need to be addressed. So after a few months, we have Adi mother. So he has said to us, we have done an implantation to Adi, which cost around over 15 lakhs. He has sold their own house for a treatment of Adi, even though their family are not satisfied with their implantation surgery. So we have decided that from that point we need to do something for them. So after doing a 1.5 years of hard work and research, we have come up with a solution called adhesive non-surgical hearing aid, which totally avoiding an implantation surgery for by birth and conjunctive hearing loss. Now there is no more children need to drill their skull for hearing, and mainly we are reduce the cost of the implantation surgery from over 15 lakhs to a non-surgical solution for a 45,000. So our main vision is to reach every people in the nook and corner of India who are affected by a by birth and conjunctive hearing loss patient can able to hear through our device. So from our journey, we have faced many challenges. At the right time, we have get connected to a many people. So mainly, we need to thank a Derby Foundation. We have get a enormous support from a Derby, like mentoring networks and to build our solutions. So it will be a huge support at the right time. Now we are working towards our scaling our solution all over India. We have in our piloting phase. So that's our journey. We are, and we need to thank Lakshmi ma'am for opportunity, wonderful
Thank you,
opportunity.
Raman. Thank you. No
Thank you.
problems. Don't worry. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now, continuing with the healthcare continuum, no, I think we will ask Siddharth to please introduce yourself and the solutions you're trying to build.
Thank you, ma'am. So guys, Siddharth, so I'm a founder and founder of Xfinito Biodesigns. So in Xfinito, we are basically developing an intelligent platform which has its roots in healthcare, of course. So where we are looking at neurodegenerations, where we could prevent, monitor progression, and support interventions for diseases like Parkinson's, neuropathy, Huntington, and so on and so forth. So it's a whole platform product. And one of the focus that we have is rare diseases. So basically, rare diseases, no one gets into it because it is not lucrative market, right? So we thought of a solution where how patients or their family members themselves can build a solution using our platform, right? So that's what the healthcare aspect of it goes on. However, this platform with the commercial, every grassroots innovation that we have, which is done with the help of community, we need to see how can it be scaled also. So for that purpose, we found out various applications where it could be used and how it can become a whole platform and not just one specific segment, so that the it becomes lucrative for investment. Second, it has a good return on investment, because at the end of the day, if you are taking your grassroots innovation to a business means also profit, right? So we need to focus on business aspect as well along with the innovation. So keeping into that mind, we had to completely structure our product and platform. I'm sure Lakshmi ma'am knows how the whole journey has been in structuring the platform. With latest one I had given her presentation just a couple of days back. So she herself can see how different it was. So the whole idea is when we are looking into grassroots innovations and trying to build a business out of it with social impact in picture, we really need to think of all the dimensions and not just one dimension. So that's my one piece of thing that I've learned over last 10 years of trial and failure in entrepreneurship. But yeah, looking forward for more discussion about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. I think moving away from healthcare towards agriculture, right? I mean, moment we say rural India, immediately what comes to our mind is green, which is Siddharth's backdrop, what he has, and agriculture, right? Over to you, Prabhav. We would love to hear from you. What have you done? What is the kind of innovation and impact you're creating in rural?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. We have been fortunate enough to serve around 12,500 farmers in Karnataka with a couple of our solutions. We help farmers buy and sell together. That means whatever they buy, they can buy at cheaper cost, and whatever they sell, we help them sell at higher cost, so that their earning increases. So one is saving, one is earning. So that's something which we did since 2016. But around 2018, we started getting demand from farmers saying that, oh, organic is slow. We do not want to turn organic and stuff. That kind of bothered me because something intuitively told me that nature is faster than whatever we have done. Will always be faster in one or the other way. So we started formulating our own fertilizers, plant protection, what do you call agents, with a couple of institutes like IHR, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Bangalore, which is in Hisarghatta. And we have been successful to a point wherein we are not talking about reduction of chemical pesticides, but then elimination of it in certain crops like cabbage and cauliflower, which is third and fourth largest grown vegetable and consumed vegetable across the world. So with these Indian innovations, we are going to Africa. We have started working in 4 countries in Africa. And just before this call, I had a call with Singapore so that we start scaling in Southeast Asia. The one truth which we have uncovered, or rather very interesting thing which we did not know before, that India is one of the tougher markets to crack. And the moment we crack this and then we present it to African markets, it's almost like a smoother ride. There's hardly any resistance because you have done all your homework. So I believe our time has come, and it is for us, this generation of entrepreneurs, to go out as much as possible and establish ourselves so that the next gen can have a much smoother, as in they should think globe first, the global market first. It is just not Indian market which is waiting for our solutions. There are global opportunities, and I hope the next generation of entrepreneurs like Raman, Lakshman think of globe first and rather than just India.
Thank you, Prabhav. With most of the participants today are predominantly being students, I think I would first probably start my first question with Raman and Lakshman, right? Was just out of college about a year back. So you've just taken a plunge into entrepreneurship, right? So I mean, basically, you've done your engineering and started right out of college, started this company, right? So how did your family take this decision?
They are always supportive to us. Without the family support, we can't get into entrepreneurship. They are trust on us. Raman and Lakshman do something. They not waste their time on something else. So they support us always.
No, were you not tempted to go in for campus placements on the campus? You were confident that I will become an entrepreneur and I will grow.
We are still
did not complete our
college studies, ma'am. We are still doing our we are in
third year,
ma'am. So we have a how I can say, we will do, ma'am. We have a hope that we will scale our product all over the world. So from that hope only, we are not going for any no idea on a placement, all those things, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, Prabhav, I think you were talking about starting a product, and today there are a lot of opportunities for Indian companies to start local and go global, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What are these? I mean, can you
I'm not
Hello?
sure if it is just me, ma'am. We lost you
Yeah.
in between.
Yeah, no, no. What I wanted to know is, I mean, you said today there's a lot of scope for
Sorry, I lost you again, ma'am. Sorry.
Indian products to start local and then go global, right? No, I mean,
Yes,
today you were telling that there's a lot of opportunity for Indian products to start local and then go global, right?
correct.
Yeah. Can you throw some more light on that? I mean, why do you say so? What are the specific areas where you feel, especially with respect to grassroots and rural?
Okay, so I'll take up one or two examples to highlight
Yeah,
what I
please.
just said. So, plastic is being banned across the world. It is just not India. Now, the good part about this is if you have a solution, let's say from agriculture waste, especially from agriculture waste, if you're able to make cutlery, your cups, spoons, whatever we consume, Zomato food boxes, uh, agriculture waste is across the world. And if you have the binder or the technology to make composites, you can go anywhere because there is local market. And then there are, let's say, countries like Malaysia and Indonesia offers a good hub of Japan and Singapore as huge markets. So the moment you have these technologies, which is solving not just your local problem, but a global problem, the world is a market. Product number one. Product number two, everyone, including World Economic Forum, has committed to grow 1 trillion trees. Correct? So it is just not happening in India. So let's say there is hardly anyone across the world who has worked on nutrition for trees. We have all the chemical fertilizer, biofertilizers for our cereals, pulses, fruits, but no one has looked at trees as a particular example or rather target. We started doing it early because one of our farmer wanted to grow trees faster. So we said, why not? So we have an organic formulation. Again, when we go to the newer economies, let's say newer markets, sorry, especially in Kenya, Ghana, where they're getting a lot of funds and support from Europe to grow forests, regenerate lands, we become their obvious partner. So it is just that in our mindset, we should realize that there is a larger market outside the country. And sometimes, especially in old sectors like ours, agriculture, transport, power, energy, or for that matter, medicine, it is hugely regulated over here. You might be better off in some of the other countries where the regulation is not that strict, or rather they have smoother transition. Let's Singapore, it's a straightforward game there. So what I would say, as in, I feel, at least my generation, who started in 2014 types, almost donkey years before, um, we did not have a mindset of global market first. We always thought India was a big enough market and there were so many things out here. But sometimes I feel you should start elsewhere. You can do your product development R&D. We are the hub of R&D across the world. And go plant these products across the globe where there is smoother uptake of your product, generate enough revenue, become big enough, and then come and have the energy to fight the regulations, right? So take the smoother route to generate revenue and then come back. As in any case, you're producing over here in India, so you will be adding a lot of value to this economy. But then that doesn't mean you shouldn't look at market first outside. But to make the last point without boring all of you on a Saturday morning, Israel and Singapore by default have to think global first market because there is only so much market in their countries. I learned it very early on when I went to Singapore on some one of the programs where they had sponsored. Singapore has no other option but to think global market first. And that got me thinking that why are we not doing it? So that's where I got onto this journey. And then I tell every other person, whether it's a very senior entrepreneur or a junior entrepreneur, at the end of the day, we are all fighting the same battle, right? So I say there is a huge market out there, smoother transition markets out there. It's better we go out and then probably come in when you have enough energy.
Yeah, thank you, Prabha. Thank you for bringing in that perspective. Now I would probably go to Siddharth. And see, Siddharth is, I mean, your perspective that we should probably go global first and then come to India, it's much, much easier, right? And you're talking about market, say, could be agriculture, which is less regulated as compared to healthcare, in which Siddharth is there. Now, Siddharth, when you look at healthcare, no, I mean, you are starting in India and probably may try to go global, right? So, how do you see Prabhav's perspective of doing this? I mean, definitely, I have seen a lot of healthcare entrepreneurs who've gone global, validated their solution, and then they have come to India,
Right.
right? So, what is your take on this?
So, ma'am, like I've always been a firm believer of hybrid, because sometimes one or the other doesn't work out, because 1 and 0 is not always true. So basically, I just don't agree on the regulation point, because regulations are critical when we're looking at a mass scale. It is majorly done to protect yourself and the person who is going to use it. And it's not a worry. It's basically a kind of a rule book that you should do this. That's all. So it's pretty simple in that perspective. We feel it complex because the processes increase, documentation increase, and things like that. So in case of healthcare as well, it's reverse actually, where healthcare in India has a lower regulation as compared to global market. But I always tell that, let's follow the global market regulation, launch in India, do a test pilot, and then you can straight away go global, because like India unfortunately has some price caps on which you have to work, and that price caps may not be suitable for the sustainability of the organization, right? So especially in high tech companies, if it is a somewhere if there's a low tech, probably, yeah, like that's the reason why manufacturing in, say, textiles and soft goods, India is thriving. In fact, India is the second largest exporter of leather products, and among the biggest leather product this thing, because it's a lower tech kind of a scenario. But it also has its own complication. I'm not taking away anything from the leather industry. But like when it comes to medical device, given that our volumes are way lower than, say, leather products, having that cost factor becomes very critical and very different. So it's always okay to have an hybrid model where you quickly do a test in India, see if everything works, see everything is right, but do follow your international market regulation, because depending on which market you are entering, for example, if you're entering USA, see to it that in the design and development phase itself, you follow FDA norms, so that as soon as your test in India is done, you can take your steps towards, kind of entering the US market and things like that. So it's all about how the easier entry aspect is what we should look at. And these days, like for example, I'll give one example. There are very various companies these days where what they do is, in healthcare, they don't take the healthcare route, but they take the wellness route, and from the wellness route they get into healthcare route. So that also is a very interesting perspective of how you can do, uh, where you can actually kind of negate the financial risk otherwise a health tech company brings in. So these are some strategies that we can think of, and still have an hybrid model of going both global and being in India at the same time.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Siddharth. Continuing with you, Siddharth, I think initially you also mentioned about ups and downs and the challenges you've had in the last, I would say, 8 to 10 years.
Almost 10 years, yeah.
10 years. Okay, right. So can you, I mean, even in spite of that, no, you've been sustaining, wanting to do, wanting to build, right? So
Right.
what is it that keeps you going, and how have you sustained?
Okay, so that's a actually deep story. So I'll just try to skip the this part of it. My basic reason, I was never dreaming to be an entrepreneur like Lakshman or Raman. I was not into that aspect. I was a good student, a good probably a scientist at that time itself in my college, and was developing a lot of products. But I had no idea of starting a company of my own. And I'm talking this about 2009-10, because I graduated in 2011. So I had no idea, but then the scenario brought me into entrepreneurship. So the whole scenario was my mom's story. So my mother got neuropathy, and there was no great solution that could, kind of be easy on our pockets, at the same time allow us to live our life normally and get her also back to normal. And when I saw this problem, that's the time when I took a plunge, and I started developing the product for her. Again, not to think of a startup at that time. That time my only worry was, how do I help my mom? didn't start think about how can it be scalable, how can we make money out of it. Nothing. We developed a product, it worked out well, and best part is it helped my mom. So today, fast forwarding 8 years since then, she is like almost 85-90% up. She can do her walk, she can walk on her own. She can do her chores. In fact, she's a co-founder in my company helping with accessibility design, right? So that one thing, that personal connect which I had to the problem, and what I had seen, the effect on the of the solution on her, that's what is motivating me to still be in the stage of entrepreneurship. Else, with the education that I received, luckily through various scholarships by in government of India, it was easy for me to take a good job, be in a comfy position. But then what I saw in my solution and what it did to my mom and another 300 people who actually benefited from what I developed, that one vision is what is like holding me back. Otherwise, it's a very difficult thing if you don't have any kind of things which can hold you back into this kind of innovation that you develop.
Great, great. Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. Again, coming back to you, Prabhav. See, I think Siddharth was mentioning about his personal problems he had, which was really a motivation for him to build a solution and then take it forward, right? See, all of us also either experience ourselves or see a lot of problems around us, right? We always think, I wish somebody would have got a solution for this. But how many of us really take into the plunge of entrepreneurship? Because talking is fine, right? Doing is what really matters, right? So, what is your take on that? What is it that probably that one thing which pushes people to become entrepreneurs and say, yes, I should do it?
I don't know. Each one of us have our own motivations, not to discount any of it. Right? Some of it is personal, some of it is beyond our own thing. So for me, it started with country. If I am not able to do much at scale, but for me, I was very, very convinced about my stupid idea that anything which doesn't scale doesn't matter. Uh, Now it is not the case. I guess I have spent a couple of summers disproving my own theory. But then, having said that, scale was very interesting for me. I wanted to have a solution, or my work had to impact millions. And then that was the driving factor. But then it also changes during the journey. Once I started in 2014, it was just scale, large scale programs along with the government. But in 2018, I had a kid. So that the moment I had him, my son, so I started thinking, how do I make sure that he eats good food, just like I got when I was born, way back, right? So then I was like, okay, I know the entire supply chain in Karnataka. I can call up people. I'll get black jaggery instead of brown and red. I'll get unpolished rice from this location where fertilizer is not spent. As in, farmers don't spend much on fertilizer. That means less chemicals. And then I'll get vegetables from this patch of Nelmangla where there are good number of farms. But then I said, this is too selfish. It is just for me, my son, my family. What about the rest? So there are multiple triggers on the way as well, right? So that got me thinking that why don't we have large scale formulation, which is organic, which is faster, cheaper, better than chemicals? Can we beat the chemicals in their own game? Not to take away the thing that it has delivered. It got us out of a critical problem of food security. But then we are way past it, right? So can we go back and then tinker around? So that was the second factor. Now the third factor, why am I going global? That when I was there in Singapore, that ambition, that sheer ruthless execution, that sense of purpose which they have for their country rubbed off on me. It wasn't very inherent to me saying that, oh, we should go global and stuff. But then when I was there in that environment where everyone thinks global, it was it was obvious for me that we should also do that, and it made sense. And our time had come is what something which kept as in it rang a bell in my head. So it's not one trigger and then it never triggers after that. There's a trigger, you take a journey, it triggers again something else, and then you take a journey. then something else triggers. So it was a series of triggers.
Sure. Yeah. I see for Siddharth or Prabhav, I would say it was a lot more easier because somewhere you were positioned in a metro, positioned in Bangalore, you had access to resources, access to people, at least would validate your idea and enable that push, right? I think Raman and Lakshman are not from a metro, right? So if starting an idea like this, initiating an idea and turning it to an enterprise, both of you know, what are the challenges you had? And how did you kept going, saying I should do it at what cost and how did you do it? Can you share throw some light on that? Because I'm sure that when we're talking about rural, essentially if the both the problem and the solution could come from there, makes a lot of sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what do you
So,
guys?
yes, ma'am. The main challenge what we are facing while we are start building our solution is a network and the mentoring support, ma'am. So that's the main challenge while we are starting. So for that, what we have done is we have built some MVP or a prototype. We have taken to a many places for a many events. So we have present our idea there, and we have built our network and we have built our strong mentoring and network for our startup. So from that only we have faced those challenges. So there we have a support for all these sources like as I said before, a networking and a mentoring. So that's why we have faced these challenges, ma'am. That's from the beginning we have faced the financial problem for developing. We are working towards the idea. We have fixed that we are working towards this challenge. That time we are facing a financial problem. We are the students. We don't have that much of amount for research and development. So we decided that what much we can do with internet. We search on it. We research on it, ma'am. After sometimes he come with the POC. The people was not ready for seeing the paper idea and ready to invest a paper, ma'am. He will something want to like a prototype or POC like that, no. They're looking for a POC or like that. So we decided to make a POC, ma'am. After POC, we go for a funding, ma'am. For without financial strong, we cannot develop a prototype or anything, ma'am. So that time we find that there is a many grants available in a government for a student entrepreneurs and student innovation idea. So that time we got some government grant is a starting of our entrepreneur journey, ma'am. Even though we have also received a grant from a Derby also, ma'am. It will also help us to improve
Sure, sure.
develop
Okay.
research development. Yes, yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
that's how we are facing those challenges.
Great. So, I mean, in all the three of your thing, I would say more so in Prabhav's and Siddharth's case, where, of course, they were developing a solution, having an eye on the rural and the affordable market, right? Now, I would also probably want your inputs on the second part of the discussion, which you were thinking, right? Now, for example, a lot of rural India, whether it is agriculture or farmers who develop implements for their own. I have met a lot of farmers, who develop implement which is a two-in-one or probably cutter, cum weeder, or somebody who has a small implement for cracking a nut. Most of these people at least are now seeing how what innovation they have done for their own problem solving could be commercialized, could be taken to a bigger market. But again, there's no, I would say, specific ecosystem now to support all these grassroots innovators to scale up. Any suggestions or anything what you feel? I think we would start with you, Prabha, because I think you have deep inroads into the rural markets. You must have interacted with a lot of farmers, I would say community in the rural, build solutions. Some of them are now seeing now how this could probably be commercialized and scaled up. Any thoughts on this or any what do you think should be done?
So there are two things which we have been doing since 2018.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised to know that out of 5 products, 2 products are not ours. We just took them over with a very clear royalty, and then we are taking to Africa, which is as in accepting it more than us. Right? So one thing which we can clearly do is this one. It is just not the grassroots innovators and farmers who have. In fact, there is a larger untapped, huge potential space where there are products already available, market-ready products. That is academicians. We are talking about all the ICR Institute, all the CISR, Yes, CISR Institute. So I work with a couple of scientists in IISc, IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, NCL Pune, IICT Hyderabad. Wow, what innovators! As in, you're talking about breakthrough innovations at Indian cost. You're talking about rupees and paisas, not dollars and pounds, and hugely scalable. They're not talking about, oh, I need this mineral from this African nation, only then it will work. No, you're talking about a couple of iron bits here and there, and then you have a fantastic scalable solution. So this coupled with couple of our local innovators like solar, what do you call that, pest repellent, comes from a farmer in Davangere, Malebeno to be precise. And then we helped him to a couple of interviews in All India Radio and then some media exposure. We did our bit and then went back. So one thing which we can clearly do is, if we happen to come across such innovations, and as in at least internally at Easy Krishi, we have a very clear guideline that what is scalable and what is not, what qualifies as scalable. The moment we have this, I guess uh, we have a system of grant from government, big KBITS grant, first starting with that. Second, give them market access, connect us to players like us or much bigger players like Big Hath and stuff. They can take the product to the market, and then once the market validation is done, I guess they can all raise funds. It is, they would be eligible for real funding if they can do business on their own, or they can partner with startups and companies like us who have the wherewithal to think financially for their products. So to give you one very specific example, there is a prof with whom we work. I guess he was sitting on some 7 really good products, 7 or 8. We took 3 of them. He started with one. He validated us whether we'll be able to scale him his product. And once he was sure, he's opening up on almost like a quarterly basis, he's throwing a new product. So in the same way, I guess we can have a clear guideline, and like what your incubator is doing for health tech, I guess we can have a smaller ecosystem player just for rural tech, not just agri, rural tech.
Great. Yeah, great. Sure, sure. So that you want to add on to what Prabhav said?
Yeah, so on the same lines, I have a pretty similar thought like Prabha, probably because we've been looking at business for a while now. So as he rightly mentioned that not everyone needs to be an entrepreneur. So if you have made a good innovation, right, we can always license it out, and the other companies which are already into it can actually take it forward, because companies are not built by one product. It has to be a plethora of services and products which makes it sustainable, right? And in this picture, if we get if we talk to this IICs, IITs, there are hundreds of innovations lying in patents or inside the lab, and because profs don't have time to really commercialize, some of them do, and hats off to them, but most of them will not be able to. So
Exactly.
tying up with academic institutes to get it done is an amazing idea, right? And problem is what we have, it's in us. We have that kind of feeling that should we approach them? Should we approach an IIT? Should we approach an IISc? Should we approach a Dayanand Sagar University? Because we never have a confidence that we can collaborate. That collaboration is that one part which currently is not existing. For example, for Raman and Lakshman, actually my prof in ISC, under whom I'm doing my PhD, he has worked in a very good hearing aid called as Dhwani, and they have created a whole system around it. Government has given grant, but they may not take the project forward and commercialize it on their own. They would want some partners. So if you want a partner, that's a good start. So like that, we have a lot of collaboration opportunities which are not taken. In fact, from Government of India, there was one such thing called as RUTAG. So that is Rural Technology Active Group or something, which was under initiative of principal advisor, scientific advisor of Government of India. It's an initiative from them, and every IIT has a RUTAG center, and there are many other institutes also who have this RUTAG center. So these are like very good initiatives where we can go, where you don't need a grant to start with, but just go there, talk to them, kind of build a collaboration, take the project to next level, and the royalty deals and this thing can always work out. It's not a big problem as such, because it saves our time if you have done the big work, right? And then we just do it. Best example for that is the smart cane between IIT Delhi and Phoenix
Yeah.
FTI Chennai, right? So there are some examples here and there. Unfortunately, we don't have a clear framework on how to handle that, and that should be something which RUTAC should look at right now, or someone else from the research field or the academic field can create a framework. In fact, Derby can be part of that framework and make it such that there is a smooth transition between academic and innovations into products outside through startups and entrepreneurs. So all those things are fairly
Sure,
viable.
sure. Yeah. Yes, Prabha, you want to add on to something?
Just one interesting thought came,
Yeah.
so I thought I might as well add. If we give a very clear path to innovators, I'm not discounting the rural innovators versus urban innovators or academician versus non-academician innovators. If we give them a clear path saying that they'll not be cheated. One of the key things because of which the innovations of this country are lying in the dark is because they all fear that this is the greatest innovation on the face of earth and then they'll be cheated.
Exactly. Yeah, true.
And I'll tell you the funniest part. They are cheated on a regular basis. And once they get cheated on one product, and these are innovators, they keep innovating through their lives on a quarterly basis, as I said, one product. They are now afraid to talk to anyone. Now, we said, you know what, we'll reach out to these guys. If they do not understand finance, let's say royalty part, what is upfront transfer technology, will help them understand. What is the rational rate? I wouldn't say, oh, we'll give you 50% of the royalty. No, royalty works at 7.5 to 15%. That is the range. And this is market driven. And if you are able to create benchmarks, trust me, there are a lot of innovators waiting for such trusted platforms where they can just go with some trust, they can tell and come out. And if we can hold their fort, let's say against a big FMCG player, let's say a professor has come up with a soap which runs for 1 year instead of 1 month. Now that is a disruptive product, correct? So if we are in a position to help him commercialize without getting cheated or manipulated by the market, I guess there's a huge scope to bring out innovations. That itself is a business in itself. And we are trying to hone our skills since last 2 years, but we are too small for this space. I'm not talking about a number of people working or the revenue which you can bring. No, there has to be many players to do the same job over and over and over again. So this is my 2 cents on this.
Sure. Now, I think you also probably led me to the next question, which I had. The most important question is, what role can the corporates play? Because any grassroots innovations, I mean, India, especially with a huge bottom of the pyramid, it's almost, I would say 2/3 of our pyramid is bottom, in terms of huge mass. So anything that is done for the rural has to be done en masse. So if there's a corporate to help you in your manufacturing, cutting down the cost of production and things like that, it will be good. So, but corporates have, of course, their own corporate, I would say, agenda. What is it they want to do in terms of business, sustenance? Whereas these rural innovations are there being done, so there's no way to scale them up. So how to really connect the two? And now the CSR element also probably something could be done, but there's nobody really trying to connect the two, right? It's all in bits and pieces, very sporadic.
I have a simpler answer because I've tried to work with Mahindra, not to name a lot more.
Yeah.
The better of all of the people I've been working with, there are these. And if you make something very critical, which they cannot replicate, it's a very simple market-driven state. They'll come to you, they'll either invest in you or look to buy out technology. They're also strategic. They're not here for donation all the time, right? So, example, just 4 days back, 3 or 4 days back, basically this week, I got a call from US saying that we reached out to you because I read your work on LinkedIn, all of those jazz. And then he says, what are you doing with the technology? I said, we are going to Africa. The moment he heard that, he said, you know what, my senior management is very serious about your product. Are you looking for funds? So that transition happens. And the
Sure.
good part is, I have a very clear agreement with the actual innovator, saying that if there is a transfer technology or we sell this technology, the share also goes back to them. So I guess, as I said, going back, if you have a platform where there's a clear path, a lot more corporates will come for strategic buyouts or transfer technology.
Great. Okay. Sure. Sure. Siddharth, you want to add on anything to what Prabhav said?
Yeah, ma'am. So my take on corporates are, ma'am, corporates have a lot of stomachs to fill already, right? So they may not be able to take the route as a startup, because we are kind of disrupting everything, all the norms, right? So corporate have that own thing. So one way to do is one, if we can see is if there is any like for example, let's say, I'm just giving an example, there is a water filter that has been developed by a innovator, and it is really effective against heavy metals like lead, arsenic, etc. Example. Now, there could be kind of a collaboration built between the corporate and the rural innovator, where let's say the corporate, say ex corporate who is in filter, I'm not going to name the brand now, but let's say ex corporate with which is into the water business and RO business, etc. They want this technology. So what there can be a collaboration is that they support this rural innovator to have a transition of the technology across the rural India at low to no cost, and they use this, exploit the same technology into the urban areas, or the well-to-do market at a cost which will actually give them something. So there's a hybrid model where it's possible on profit in cities and towns, urbans, etc., and on almost no profit in other places. So these kind of things are always possible. But the whole idea is what happens in generally and where things fail, because I know in one instance in ISC what happened is, like, the corporate involved in it wanted the whole tech transfer, and they wanted the IP to be overridden by their IPs and things like that. And generally whenever this thing comes around IP tech transfer and all, things are very, very, very brittle. It's a kind of a make and break deal all the time. And it's a very well known corporate, good institute in India, but then still they could not agree on terms with IP and technology transfer. So you can imagine how the condition of rural would be, right? So
Yeah. True.
that's where we
No,
need to do something.
true.
Yes.
No, having said that, Siddharth, probably my next question would be to Ram and Lakshman, no, because Siddharth rightly touched about the point of IP, right? Especially many of the guys, I mean, as I said earlier on, I think we always feel that we are building solutions to be given it to free. I think the concept of IP patenting is not there in our gene. No, last, I would say, a couple of decades now, it is slowly seeping in. Now, with respect to your solution, no, have you done a patenting, or what is the initiative you have taken on protecting your IP now?
Yes, ma'am. So we have already patented. We have already have a one patent, and currently we are working towards filing another two more patent. One is a utility, and another one is for a design pattern, ma'am.
Okay, sure. Now there are a couple of questions. I think another 5 to 8 minutes are there. Probably we would take them one by one. I think Srinivasan has a question to Prabhav. It is said that chemical fertilizers reduce the quality of soil. So how to get organic fertilizers on a large scale?
Two things.
Right.
Organic alone will not solve your problem, because there's only so much of plant material which you have. To help you understand, there are two things: organic and bio. Organic is from plant sources generally, or mineral sources, let's say, silica and all of those things. And your bio is bacteria and fungi. So you can rapidly scale bacteria and fungi because it keeps regenerating. There are set standards. So a combination of bio and organic has worked very well to beat chemical fertilizer, and we have been scaling it across. So that's true. Now you can also look at one more very interesting field called nanobiotechnology. So to just generally give you an input, urea bag chemical fertilizer is 50 kg bag. 2 bags is required per acre. That means 100 kilograms of it. You know what is replacing in nanoscale? 800 ml. So 100 kg is now 800 ml in one shot. So if you really want to do sustainability and all of those things, you can look at either combination of organic and bio, or nanobiotechnology.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think Praveen has brought in a very interesting question here, no, in another comment. India predominantly, all of us know 70% is a rural market, right? So corporates also understand these numbers, the huge market which is there. So should we also now look at open innovation as a concept? I mean, I would probably want your comment also on this. So is it good to open up the market space where corporates also feel, I would say, is it open innovation or co-creation, whatever?
So, do you want me to answer?
Yeah, please, Prabha.
Okay. We actually have signed a MOU with TCS just to do that. Tata Consulting Services is a consulting firm, it's an IT firm, but then we are this organic nanobio firm. But then they realized that, look, if you really have to do sustainability related projects, they need startups like us. So there are corporates who are open to such. There are corporates, unfortunately, I have to warn you that they might actually talk to you or talk all nice things for 3 months, and then the fourth month they do their own product. So just be careful with whom you're working. But there are good opportunities out there.
That you want to add on anything to that?
Ma'am, see, open innovation is good for sure, but it may not be, it cannot be common across all the sectors. Now, if I give an example, if we do open innovation, let's say in healthcare, then who takes the onus of safety? Who takes the onus of the entire quality management we need? So these are some questions which are always around it. So open innovation is good for doers, good for DIYers. But if you look at a mass scale, it may or may not work in all the segments. But some segments, yes, it would work really well. Like for example, in IT and governance, it could work. But then again, there is a warning. Cybersecurity threat is always looming around it, right? Because then we need to have a whole ecosystem which can look at that angle, even in first open source IT platforms and things like that. Uh, so for example, Google ka thing is open source, but they take the onus to look into the security. But when an open innovation is there has to be someone who takes that onus, and it really depends on that. So for example, the platform that we are building will be partially open for people, but then we take the onus to keep it secured. So the developers will have the access to use our platform to develop new products and new innovations. But then Xfinito as a company will look into the security aspects and all those other things that are required into it. Similarly, there has to be someone who comes in every field and take that onus on themselves to keep that platform running in that way. So that's the only challenge with open innovations when people talk about it. Co-creations are good in the innovation level, but when you're talking about the scale is where the problem starts. Devil lies in the details over there.
That's true. Sure. Thank you. Rajan has a question. A combination of COVID and e-commerce has destroyed many small businesses, right? I mean, which is actually true. I mean, the whole business landscape, social infrastructure, everything is gone for a toss, right? So how can we make our small businesses more competitive? I think Prabha, probably you could take, because somewhere you are also, your whole business is also aligned to the supply chain, small businesses and all that. So any way of making these small businesses more competitive?
So on the supply chain part, it is clear. Unless until you aggregate and then have the heft of a major player, you'll never be able to compete. That is your regular trade, when I say. But I'll also give you the other part. When you are into the innovation and the formulation space, the smaller the better, because you are cutting through all the bureaucracy, you are cutting through all the the steps 1, 2, 3 of the founder, and the last mile scientist will not even understand why the founder said whatever he has, right? So on one hand, on the regular trade, it's difficult. On the innovation cutting edge, let's say what Raman and Lakshman were doing, the decision would be done over a table, probably over dinner, right? That fastens the process, which a larger organization will not be able to. So it has both advantage and disadvantage. You can be nimble, but you need to have to while trading.
I have a point to add on here.
Yeah, please.
It's always good to learn from others, right? So for the small businesses, I feel the best example is the milk cooperatives, be it Nandini, be it Amul, all are like small businesses. In fact, if you look at it, they are like micro aspects in those, right? And the way they came up and built a cooperative around it and made it a good business and things like that, making it sustainable, etc. That's a very good example of how a cooperative can work. But the biggest problem in cooperative is you have to cooperate, right? So that those are the places where businesses have to agree to cooperate and collaborate and work with each other, form a cluster. Because when they form a cluster, you don't have to kind of jump on each other's toe, but rather add value to each other and make a whole sustainable aspect of it. So that's my answer for how can we do it.
So having said that, no, see, I mean, at least last few years, we have seen that a lot of entrepreneurs are ready to synergize. I mean, they easily see, what, because that is also one of the things you're seeing in incubators, right? Where your peer network itself adds a lot of value. You complement each other so well in terms of your offering. The collaborative spirit among entrepreneurs is predominantly high. I think we have almost probably another 30 seconds to go. So probably I want each of you to give a parting shot as to where you would want to see yourself 10 years down the line. We'll start with you, Raman. As I think we'll take the benefit of being the young guys. Where do you want to see yourself 10 years down the line? Where do you want your company rather?
Our product will create impact over 10 million lives. Over a 10
10
million.
million lives. Oh, great. Okay. Yes, Siddharth.
So I have 2 points. One, in 10 years, we want our platform to be so big that the platform helps millions and billions of people by doing it themselves or helping them to get into all these neurodegeneration issues, of course. But I want to part away with a thought which I saw it yesterday when one of my colleagues sent this, and the word was happy are those who dream dreams and are ready to pay the price to make them come true. So if you are ready to dream
Yes.
dreams and if you're ready to pay the price that it will require to come true, you will be really happy. So that's what I would like to end with.
Sure. Yes, Prabha, please.
In 10 years, I would want to be alive, hopefully, given the nasty things which the Chinese are doing. So that is the first thing. And other than that, I really hope we have safe food for everyone at scale.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you so much. I think it has been a very, very, I would say, stimulative weekend discussion we had. And all of us as Indians, I think we are extremely patriotic and want to build something for the country, right? We always dream of building, as Siddharth was telling. I think we should sustain our dreams.
I guess you lost.
Ma'am, your network is. Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Dr. Lakshmi unfortunately just got frozen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Prabhav and Siddharth, if you all don't mind, before you leave, please stay back firstly. But I think many people want to stay in touch with you and get in touch with you. So are you comfortable to share your LinkedIn IDs or your email IDs, your website or something? Is it okay for you, please?
Sure.
And even for Raman and Lakshman also, right? I mean, we'll be very grateful. And you guys did a brilliant job here. Really appreciate it. I mean, what you guys are doing is fantastic. We would love to help you with in whatever way that we can from TIE Bangalore also. It's a promise. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And, very insightful conversation. Thank you so much, Prabha and Siddharth. And of course,
Thank you.
Dr. Lakshmi, I think unfortunately she dropped out, but she did a brilliant job as always.
Thanks.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Fantastic. So just to let everyone know, we're going to be continuing this till around 1:30 to 1:45. So my name is Vijeta. I'm from the TIE Bangalore team. Very quickly, thank you once again to Dr. Lakshmi and all our partners who have been combining TIE Hubli, TIE Mysuru, KDEM, and we have also got the KTech cell, Karnataka Startup Cell. Everyone has come together so that we can provide this information, insights, and knowledge to the entire community. I have been seeing some small comments on the chat, which we will steadily ignore because here the focus is strictly on innovation. It's about startups. It's about grassroots and rural innovation, okay, and entrepreneurship. That's the only thing that we will be focusing and talking about. And now it is my delight, privilege, and honor to invite Mr. Somasundra. Okay, he's of course our TIE Bangalore charter member, and he's an entrepreneur himself. He's been someone that I know for a few years, and I have a lot of respect for him. Of course, I would love him to give a more perspective about himself first. And of course, he's going to be talking about the IoT and hardware industry. What are the opportunities and what's going on in that sector? So Soma sir, over to you, Chief. Thank you so much for taking
Yeah.
this time on a Saturday morning.
Thanks, Vijeta, and thanks for the opportunity. Am I audible, Vijeta? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes. Very
Yeah,
clear. Very
good.
clear, Soma. Thank you.
Thank you. So a brief background about me, I had around 2.5 decades of corporate experience. I was with automotive as well as IT, companies like General Motors, Infosys. I'm a product of IIT Madras. And we are incorporated this Phoenixel for the past almost 9 years. And we are focusing on IoT and the B2B e-commerce platform. That's what we're doing. And currently we're focusing on electric vehicle, which is in mandate with what the government of India also is doing. So that's a brief about me. And today I will be talking, I have a presentation to make on IoT and what are the skill sets and what are the growth opportunities. And I do believe this will be helpful for people aspiring to get into this IoT space as either a startup, maybe at grassroots level or at mid-level or other levels also, as well as for people who want to join a large company and do, because startup is one of the opportunities for people, but there are obviously other opportunities to do. So I have a brief presentation I will do, and after that I'm open for questions. So I'll start with this presentation. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so this is visible. Vijeta, is this presentation visible?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Please go ahead. Sir.
Thank you. So the topic today I'll be touching upon is what's the latest on IoT and hardware skills and what are the growth opportunities. So instead of diverging myself into multiple opportunities, I'll be more focusing on industrial IoT where the largest opportunity lies. So if somebody wants to do a startup to address this space or want to join a company, I think this is the right place to get in. There are a lot of opportunities are there at the rural level, at agriculture and water, other things. But the time taken for you to realize money or to grow will take a little bit long. So it's better to take and address the low-hanging fruits. So we're more focusing on the industrial IoT, which is where a lot of traction is happening, where the potential to grow is very high and the system is also getting a little bit more mature. So right place to get into. Yeah. So to talk about what is the potential we're talking about, when I say IIoT, it is called industrial IoT, which is where the largest growth lies. So it's better to address where there's the largest growth instead of chasing on areas where we may be limited by resources or potential to scale everything. So if you look at IIoT market, what we're talking globally is a $197 billion by 2023. And it is growing at an average rate of 7.5%. So if you want to get into this space, maybe the right place to do to where you can probably demonstrate a skill set. Okay. And why IIoT? Because even if you can give 1% saving, maybe in a large corporate, maybe the saving percentage may be more when you address medium and smaller one also. So what does it realize to? So that realizes into number one, for operational cost efficiency in aviation is transferred to $30 billion only in US alone. Okay. If you can get a 1% fuel saving in gas-fired generators, it gives $66 billion. And if you want to reduce in capital equipment, it is $99 billion in oil and gas. So what I'm telling is that the potential is huge. You participate in any area which is possible, you have something to really, add value and grow. Okay. So for people that are not, everybody's into IoT. So to that, I wanted to give a brief about how the evolution has happened. So we all were very proud of HMT watches, whoever was wearing some 20, 30 years back. Then we have the Casio watches with the digital. And today you have an Apple watch where you can talk, you can use that as an IoT device as well. Okay, so that's how the evolution happens. IoT today is part of the evolution. Okay, so we don't know what will be the evolution going forward, but because today that is one of the most bright spots to add value. So we will address IoT. So when I talk about industry, so there are stages in which industry has evolved. Okay, the first generation was steam powered. The second generation of the Ford generation where mass production started. Then in the late 1980s, a lot of robotics came. And today we're talking about cyber physical systems, which is what, I mean, you call it different names. You call it IoT, IIoT, where you have sensors which are passing on information at various places, and based on which you're able to make some actionable inputs. So when you talk about IoT, to give a brief, it is not a esoteric science where you have to understand a lot of new terminologies, especially for the non-techies in the crowd. Okay, you use an IoT device day in and day out if you're carrying a mobile phone, right? So this is an average number of sensors a mobile phone was there maybe some 5 years back. Today, maybe it can be 140 sensors also. So you carry an IoT device day in and day out, okay, which is there in your pocket. And you use an IoT on an everyday basis even if you book a Ola, because there's a sensor in your mobile phone, there's a sensor in the taxi, and there's a sensor in the mobile phone of the cab driver. Okay. So you have a sensor, you have a way of transmitting information, you have a GPS, you have an IoT setup in place, which you do day in and day out. The reason why I want to give is that you are using something on a day-to-day basis. It now depends on your imagination to apply the similar concepts on other areas and add value. So what is IoT? So in the simplest way, you have sensors embedded in everyday objects. Okay, it can be the mobile phone we already talked, it can be a truck, maybe in the human, or maybe in a factory. Okay, and it relays information because it's connected through internet. And it actually, what it does on a basic level, it sends and receives data. Okay, this is the basic crux of what IoT is about. Okay. Now, as I told, we will touch upon how IoT is used in industrial, scenario. So industrial scenario, if you apply IoT, you not only get real-time data, but you do something out of the data. You'll analyze the data and say whether things are going wrong or things are going right. If there's a trend, can you make some useful information out of it? So, the sensor, you can put inside, outside, anywhere you can put. So that is the crux of how industry is utilizing IoT. Okay. So some other things in the industry world, what we call, you can probably have a better maintenance, you can run the operations better, you can have a better product design, you can work on quality. In the last session, people talked about supply chain. It has a big role to play in supply chain. Employee safety is very, very important. It can be used. You can improve on energy. I mean, I have quoted the 6 or 7 potential use cases. But there are you use your imagination, you have a number of use cases to solve using IoT or IoT. So some of the critical skill sets, I don't want to touch upon what is the skill set which was available yesterday and what is today and what is going to be tomorrow. But at the basic fundamental level, somebody who wants to get into IoT, okay, or want IIoT, they should know something about the hardware. I mean, if somebody knows the hardware, that means they have an in-house resource. If somebody doesn't know the hardware, they can outsource the resource. Right? They should know something about networking, because here the data goes through internet. So networking is very important. You should know what is the application you have to design. What is that you're trying to solve? Okay. And if you want to do locally, you should have some skills of developing the application. So application development is important. And because a lot of data is collected in a distributed environment, of course, there is going to be a session on IoT security as well. So the information should not be hacked. Somebody should not misuse the data. So security is important. And the last but not the least, you should know how to use the data, because this is where a lot of IoT startups have not matured. They have a real-time data, but what to do with the data and how to do a predictive model or a cognitive model, a lot of people are not there. And there are not many reference models in place, due to which the applicability is very, very less. So when you want to look at the skill sets, understand, what are your in-house capabilities, what are your capabilities, where you are, and what you want to become, and that too more customized for the problem you are solving. So that is where you have to be very cognizant about. So this is, in a nutshell, I want to give a brief about what is IoT about. I will talk about some of the day-to-day examples. I mean, this is more to give a flair about how you can actually invent some solutions, maybe for the same or different one. See, Whirlpool is using IoT device to have a smart, usage of the refrigerator. What is that they should use? It can also give some signals of, suppose the food items are depleting, or the vegetables are depleting, gives an alert. Maybe it can be connected to a device to give a real-time ordering also. So to that extent, people have evolved IoT. So as I told, it can, they also have something where they can reduce the cost of maintenance of the Whirlpool device. So it can be used by the user, it can be used by the manufacturer and supplier. So you have both advantages. Also, another example of Cone. See, Cone is one of the largest elevator manufacturers in the world. There's about 1.5 people are using a Cone elevator on an everyday basis. So they use IoT on a real basis. Okay. And people who want to get into automotive is one of the largest areas where you have a lot of opportunities across the value chain for using IoT. You can be done maybe in Bangalore, maybe in rural areas. You build an IoT center because a lot of things are on cloud. You can have a center, you have to address maybe the manufacturer or the customer may or may not be in the rural areas, but that should not be a constraint for somebody who wants to really offer an IoT solution. Because the very nature, as long as you have an internet connectivity, location is immaterial. So automotive is one of the major users of IoT for improving availability and performance. They have used significantly reduce the equipment downtime. Then a lot of quality issues. The quality issues which has, you can, some prediction can happen before it becomes a serious problem. Because once a car is sent to a customer, then the type of warranty issues they have is very high. See, if it can be detected earlier, okay, it can actually, solve a lot of problems downstream. Next is, when you talk about sensor data, it is not only data, it is video, images, which can give real-time prediction and insights. In the airports, this is used in a very extensive way. Number one, to secure the safety and security of all the passengers, but also to optimize the logistics within the airport. Even they locate the store strategically based on the data, what they get using an IoT model. Okay. And as I told you, it is also used for safety, because many times people have to work in an hazardous environment. If there are sensors which can warn people real time, a lot of human lives can be changed. So I'm telling these are some of the examples what we can do. And this is to give an illustration. When you want to take a use case to go to an industry, what is that? And people will ask, if I use IoT, your solution, what I'm going to get out of it. This is more as a reference what people can typically expect based on the lot of experience what people have. You can expect a 30 to 50% downtime reduction, cost of quality can be reduced, time to market. If you want to plan a solution, if you have a collaborative environment using IoT, you can reduce the product launch time by around 20 to 50%. So it's a matter of how do you want to use IoT in a way which is going to add value to you and the end user. So this is what I want to cover, and a little bit, this is more to give a flavor in the sense like today, when we talk about IoT, because we're talking about some of the advanced skills what people want, any environment can be simulated as a digital twin. Okay. So you do all the simulation, optimize, which you can do wherever you are. The optimized solution you can offer to the physical flow and get tangible value out of. Okay, these are some of the architectures. I don't want to go into detail, but what I'm saying is that anything can be, a digital twin can be made, optimized, and then given back to the customer. The one opportunity who people are working on trying to optimize an elaborate system can do that and sell the product to the end user. So some of the technologies that people can get into, because IoT is not only using the internet or sensors. There are a lot of things people can look into, whether you want to robotics, it's a potential for you to get into IoT. If you are using augmented reality solutions, cloud is always there, big data is there, 3D printing. If a sensor-based location for agriculture, especially farm productivity improvement, it can be helpful. So there are a lot of technologies enabling. So this is the path to IoT. So you can use any of the paths and add value. So some of the impact areas when you talked about IoT, logistics, it is being used in a big way. Okay, it can be road logistics, rail logistics, flight logistics, inside the warehouse, outside the warehouse. Everywhere IoT can be used to get real-time value. Okay, and today people are not having historical planning because of IoT, because they get real-time information. You get real-time feedback of what people want. So that has a lot of savings on the inventory, what you want to carry, and the type of unreliability carry can be minimized. Okay, so this is something what, we have added chatbots to an existing logistics, supply chain, and then had some tangible benefits. Okay, many times when the information is relayed, okay, people don't take action. But when an audio comes and says, hey, something is going wrong, can you take action? Then people react. So, these are some of the value add-ons. Somebody wants to work on chat box, conversational chat box, video chat boxes. That's also a very big opportunity for people to work on in the IoT space. Okay, and some of the some examples I can give based on the industrial one. Initially in the IoT for small companies, people look at how do they integrate the shop floor. That means if it gives real-time information, that is good. Somebody wants to go further for engineering and production, they can extend IoT. Somebody wants to extend across the value network, not only in India, but across the globe also, there are opportunities. But the stage in which somebody has to go, they have to go step by step. Otherwise, you can't boil the whole ocean. Okay. And some of the approach, what we recommend, make a pilot project, prove it out, then go and extend into some machines, prove it out. Then some of the potential areas where you can do, then you can scale it. So some of the areas where based on experience, something has clicked, something has not clicked. Okay, we are telling. And for the information, a lot of startups, see, large companies like IBM or Microsoft, they have developed lot of solutions which startups may not be aware. Okay, so to that extent, either the potential is limited, the customer doesn't know that type of solutions are aware. If you can get a good solution which is reasonably priced, there's a big market to be addressed. And a lot of people do ask that we don't want to go to large companies, we want to go to a startup, we want to have the budget down. But once you prove that, you have lot of opportunities to scale out. Next one, as I told, people want to look at skills. Initially, knowing the basics of IoT is good. Okay. But as you want to add more value, that means for the same effort, you want to get more monetization, then you have to get into predictive analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence. That depends on how much efforts you can put and what is the budget you have. Today, with a lot of grants available, especially like what Derby other people are told. So obviously, there is good opportunity. Then it is going to wearables, augmented reality, advanced human interface. There's an opportunity everywhere. And the last but not the least, the highest one is how equipment can work on its own. Like we talk about autonomous cars. That's also an IoT device only. So how can you use so that with a minimal intervention, you can do across the value chain? So the journey, as I told, starts with getting real-time data. Then as you go further, go with some predictive insights and do. After that, you try to fly using a lot of enable cognitive operations. Yeah. So this is a brief about what I wanted to talk. Yeah, I will stop sharing and maybe, open for questions.
Thank you so much, Soma. This has been, I must say, this has been really classy resources, really good quality.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Soma, I would also like to get a very quick input from you. We have this Industrial IoT Day coming up also. Okay.
Yeah.
And, we as India, as Karnataka, we want to make sure that manufacturing is something that we really need to do. And not in the cities, but in smaller towns, right? And we have Bangalore, we have Hubli, we have Dharwad, we have Mysore and all these places. So can you just tell us in that aspect, and with your wide experience, and you yourself are a founder and an entrepreneur, and you know, in the EV space, the hottest space right now is EV space. So can you just give us some thought processes and insights of what is happening right now in that industry, Soma, please?
Yes. You rightly said about EV. See, today people want to monitor the vehicle, especially fleet vehicles, using IoT devices. Say, for example, I give an example. Flipkart may be probably deploying in Bangalore alone maybe thousands of electric two-wheelers to deliver the last mile delivery. Okay. Now, there are two ways to monitor. One is using the mobile phone which is carried by the delivery person. Second, you can have an IoT device on the vehicle itself. Okay, so if you have both the devices, it can be optimized. Okay, because there are problems happen in traffic. There are problems happen due to various issues. Due to IoT, people are able to monitor better. Okay, so because if you optimize the routes and other things, that is one of the applications. Second is water. Water is a major issue in Bangalore. Okay, a lot of IoT is used at critical points to see there is not wastage, or if there is a wastage, it is being flagged at the right time, to see that the water is conserved. Okay, and today people are using IoT on elderly people, healthcare, so that they monitor the number of falls to see that they are safely monitored. So the trend is towards a safe living, reduce energy, reduce human wasted movements. Okay, optimize, predict something before it happens. Okay, and make some lot of intelligent decisions on various activities of life. That's how it is going. So as I told you, EV is one opportunity where it is emerging. It is emerging in almost in the home, outside the home, in the factory, outside the factory also. So as I told, for startups who are aspiring to get into the space, I painted an opportunity where the opportunity by nature is very large. But there are opportunities across in smart cities, smart places, especially rural areas. Somebody wants to switch off the street lights at the right time, you can use an IoT device. Some of the traffic movement is not very high, they can probably selectively switch on, switch off some lights. So there are a lot of opportunities are there. As I told you, it's only the imagination is the limit. How you can use IoT to solve the problem.
Fantastic, Soma. Soma, I also want to ask you one more input, okay? That employment, ultimately, yes, entrepreneurship is fine, but it's not about a single co-founder. But what do you see as the employment opportunities with the new policies and the new hunger for innovation and growth that is happening in IoT hardware manufacturing?
Yeah, see, I'm in the panel of Quality Council of India for IoT. As well as I am also helping the Engineering Export Promotion Council. One of the major, focus of the government of India is on IoT, because as part of the Digital India mission, which is there rolled out in Karnataka also, this is one of the major KRAs of the government of India. Okay, but there are some of the challenges what people have. Some of the challenges what they have is, number one is affordability. Okay, number two, most of the companies have not even got into basics of digital. Like many people do not have an ERP. Many people do not have a basic CRM in place. Okay, basic systems are not there in many companies. They need a lot of handholding. Government has a lot of good policies. Like for quality, they have a zero defect, zero effect policy. IoT, there's a policy. Government gives a lot of grants and incentives to do. But definitely the ecosystem is required to implement all this. Okay, that is number one. Number two is that people did not be shy away because of the cost. Because as I told you, based on the size of the company, for example, an IBM may probably offer it a much expensive one, whereas our Bangalore startup can offer it a much cheaper one. Okay, with all the things. But where, my suggestion, people should start embracing basic problems first. Okay, for example, we try to solve a problem for a manufacturing unit at Mysore. Okay, so their mandate was they had a 40% downtime. Okay, and they tried with various issues, but it was not working. So they wanted us to implement IoT. We found that shop floor discipline was a problem. And by the time the actual problem was, given to the plant head or the COO, there was an issue. we felt using IoT, even if you get a mobile alert that something is going wrong, okay, they were able to immediately cut down 20% of the downtime. That is because of only communication lags, which was reduced, not on the technical front. So as I feel is that maybe a lot of social lags can be cut down due to that. Because one thing is that it gives real-time information. Now, how do you use the information is where the imagination lies. And now they are still going better. Now they started putting a sensor at every CNC equipment, special purpose equipment. They're getting more benefits. So it's a willingness. We have to make them understand. And for smaller companies, we have to offer at a cost which is on a SaaS model. Maybe because the affordability, we can't put the entire implementation in one go. For that, I think the earliest discussion also was on clusters. There is some way, say government is willing to give support. Government is willing to give some incentive. Government is willing to subsidize. But you need a use case for a cluster to see how it is going to operate. Because the government, the visible ones are on the lean systems, other systems government is giving. Similarly, they started giving for IoT. So I think the way to address in rural areas, maybe Hubli, Dharwad, Mysore, other places would be form a cluster, get 2 or 3 good startups to work on this, show the results, and show that with the government. There is a formality with the government, which anyway has to be complied with. I think then they can start benefiting in a larger scale.
Thank you so much, Soma. This is very interesting. Soma, we also have a lot of students here, and we have, innovators from the smaller towns as well. So if you had to set up something, or if you had to advise them that if they have to start something on IoT, hardware, agri-tech, what do you think are the first steps that they should look into if they have to really research work first? I'm talking about a research work before you just jump into the technology or solution. What would be your input for them?
Yeah, so I would suggest that understand IoT a little bit. Okay, see, IoT in the simplest form, you need to have a good sensor. You need a data capturing device. You should store the data, and you should know how to make use of the data. So some of the basics, if you know coding, fine. If you don't know coding, there are plenty of free information available. And a lot of large companies give also free courses, whether it is IBM, IITs give free courses. You learn about it, learn about concepts. As I told, the concept is very simple. If you have a mobile phone, you carry an IoT device. Okay, sensors are the prices are coming down, but first you understand what is that you want to solve. Okay, and whether it is affordable. For example, if you want to start experimenting IoT, you invest 5,000 rupees, take a Raspberry Pi and start doing it. Okay, you can get data, free data available from the internet, download and use it. Okay, so the very first step, it is not expensive. Maximum you will spend around 10,000 rupees. In 10,000, you can work out a mini IoT system and start learning out of it. Okay, if you want to go further, then you start investing more. So it is not that one. Maybe you can use your pocket money or do something. So within, I'm telling within 10,000, because we are also advising a lot of colleges in Mangalore and other places who want to do it. It will start small at your home. Use the experimental basis. Okay, start communicating with your kin. Use it in one room. Start doing somebody in the other room. Start communicating using IoT. Get the benefit. Don't use a mobile phone. The mobile phone is a pre-packaged device. Use an IoT device and start communicating. That's the first step. Okay, you will start gathering interest. Then look at the problems around you. What is that? I mean, some other people earlier told that the mother had an issue, they want to get to it. There may be a number of problems. It can be personal problems, can be non-personal problems, or is something where you want to get into. Okay, suppose you want to get into the cine field. Okay, there's a lot of people are interested. Okay, can you use an IoT device for a real-time relay without using the standard way to do it? Okay, so work on those problems. You'll get a solution. Go into somebody has a rural agricultural one. You have a tractor. Use an IoT. Okay, put a GPS and it should monitor the weather and tell when it's going to rain, when it's not going to rain. Take a data. Then you say, when are you going to till the land? When do you want to water it? All this you can do using some few devices. And if you have a farm equipment, we say farm equipment, these are the best outside IoT mobile device. That's what we say. Okay. And many people are using it. Okay. So you don't need to go into any major companies to do this. This you can do there. IoT, you go to KR market, you can get a lot of sensors. Okay. Yeah, you get Chinese sensors, Taiwanese sensors. India also started making sensors. I believe even US sensors, the prices are coming down. Because there are some people in Indranagar selling that is US imported, but because we don't have middleman, it is coming at very low price. So I'm telling you, you have to open your eyes and look. You have a lot of opportunities around you to do. And start simple, understand the concept, get interested, then you can start ramping up forward.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a couple of other questions as well. See, you do know that the fact that, okay, we talked about EV and infrastructure, a lot of charging stations are there, Ola is there, Ether is there. They're all trying to grow in a very, very big way. And you yourself are an entrepreneur in that space. And you did say that EV has got a lot of things. What are the other industries in terms of that EV industry, right? Where there are cross relationship, where there is a lot of scope for innovation and global and growth. Not just that we are innovating and solving for India, but can we also compete or take our solutions to say Germany or to Europe or to the Gulf, etc., etc. What is your perspective on that?
Yes, I'll go step by step. For example, if you want to go to the Gulf, okay. Now, Gulf may not be an EV market because obviously oil is there, still the oil is depleted, they may not use it. But you know what happens, because Gulf has signed up with a lot of carbon credit and a lot of this thing. So they have an equivalent renewable energy, because what is available in plenty in the Gulf is the sun, right? Very hot sun, okay. So they do lot of solar powered engagements, renewable energy engagements using wind and all they use, okay. But if we want to use an IoT to address, see in IoT, as I told, the industry offers the largest opportunity to scale and use. Gulf has a lot of oil, rigs, everything. In one plant, they have multi-billion-dollar worth of assets. Okay, I mentioned about, even if we're able to give 1% saving, it's a huge number of billions for that oil and gas. So Gulf is a place where there is asset rich. Okay, there are a lot of assets. You have a solution which can even address one part of it. You can give real good saving from that. Using that, you can scale up. So if you want to get into IoT for oil and gas, that's a big potential is there. I mean, more so in India also, because many of the people who operate there, okay, may not be very skilled technicians all the time. Okay, a lot of contract labor do work. People, there is a big requirement for IoT in those spaces. Distributed environment, lot of asset value is there. Want to use companies like Germany, okay. Germany, though IoT, people say that it was born in Germany, but the imagination lies with India, because the Bangalore Consul General for Germany, she had now gone elsewhere. She used to say that Germany is very slow. Our people are not very agile. They don't think very fast. We are all stuck to the old way of doing things. And a lot of IoT is done at Bangalore. Won't the guys come and help and wake up our people? I mean, this is the type of thing the German Consul General used to say. And I think they are looking at, because there is a cost issue in Germany. And Germany has a potential, there are enough people. So you can either collaborate with German people and address India, or there are opportunities to do there also. If you want to especially focus more on R&D and get some innovative products, there are some IoT startups from Bangalore who have set shop in Germany. Munich, Saxony and other places already set shop.
Fantastic, Soma. Very good inputs. We also have quite a few other questions that are coming in. So I'll just quickly seed them into you. See, in the smaller towns, okay, I think you talked about solar energy. We in Karnataka also have got a lot of solar energy towns like Bangalore, Udupi, and that coastal belt, and Chitradurga also. Solar energy can be a big industry for us as well. Do you have any insights around that, Soma?
Yeah, see, solar energy, not much. I'm not directly into solar energy. Okay. But again, there is a lot of dependence on government and incentives to set up a solar energy. Okay. Say, look at, and also it requires a wide area. You get into a lot of acres. Okay. So look at land acquisition, and if you look at land acquisition area, obviously there's a lot of government inputs are required. So you have to start with the minimum, capex to start with. So if you have that fulfilled, I think that is a good game. But The other way, what is happening is lot of high rises are there in Bangalore. Okay, it may not be so in rural areas. So they're using solar this thing for as a replacement. Maybe in the individual houses in rural areas, you can look at those opportunities. In fact, in places like Orissa, where solar powered lights are used because they charge the solar, lamps in the daytime, use it in the night without, depending on the grid. These are the opportunities you can obviously try. These are low cost opportunities, which can always supplement your grid.
Perfect, Soma. Ashok Reddy, you have a question to ask. Would you like to come on audio at least and talk to us? Ashok, if you have a question.
Yes. Hi. Hi.
Hi, Ashok. Yeah.
So my question is this. I don't know whether this is area is related, but this is about IoT. See, I'm into organic foods. We have a plan to do a backward integration wherein we source directly from the farmer. Now, in organic farming, the monitoring of the farm is a challenge to make sure that the farmer who is remotely located does not use external material and make it inorganic. So, is there an IoT solution which can help us do this? Is my
See, if I rephrase what the problem you are saying,
yeah.
See, you need a monitoring device at the field, okay,
correct.
In the farm, maybe 24/7
yes.
to see the timing in which he does whatever adding pesticide.
Correct.
So, what people are doing in Karnataka in the various places is using drones. Okay. So
okay.
you use a drone, you put an IoT device on the drone, and drone does a checker, and then it relays information to the nearest point. Okay.
Correct.
So that is one way. Or you put some IoT device on some high rise, you erect some large high poles, start putting an IoT like a webcam or street monitoring cams you can put, which can be relayed using a mobile device. It can the information can be done. You have multiple locations where you put a cam, because cam is also a sensor. The web camera is also a sensor. Okay. So we put a webcam at various places, strategic points, and do which is what our police is doing in the road, which can be done in the farm. So you have a wireless device which can, there should be nearest data capturing device to do that. We relate on the internet. I think these are the areas how you can really try to do. But there are people who ask farm to fork. That is,
correct.
They want to monitor the entire supply chain that something doesn't go wrong.
Exactly.
But there are people who worked, they wanted to supply rice from Karnataka to export it, say to large companies like Walmart, other people. They wanted some type of integrity across the supply chain. So they wanted a solution which is a combo of IoT and blockchain. Okay. The only
correct.
problem is that IoT has made rapid strides, blockchain has not, because both are a little bit contradicting, because blockchain requires a lot of bandwidth. Okay. IoT, you don't need, depends on the type of data and the depth, data you send it. But that has been the bottleneck people have found in blockchain. But people are working at lighter blockchains, and there are solutions available from farm to fork, because slowly many companies are mandating that they want checkpoints across the value chain, so that they know that the genuine one has come. Suppose you have a GPS related farming, that like some other Coor coffee is GPS related, right? So like that, if you want to do, then it becomes all the more important that from the exact location in which it was grown until it is reached, there is nothing untoward has happened. So these are the two things which come to mind, and there are standard solutions available for that. As of now, the challenge was how to put, give security for the devices to put. But I know many people are putting high-rise poles and using webcams. That is what in vogue. Drones, people are putting, but it is not done on a continuous basis. But on a high pole and a cam, it can be monitored on a continuous basis, on a real-time basis.
Sir, thank you. I just have a little supplementary to it. This may look vague, but are there IoT solutions which are implemented on the field, like in the soil, and which can detect the moisture level, etc., and give us an information as to what's going on there? Is that a possibility?
Yes. Again, yesterday somebody talked, I think he's from Mysore, and they made a solution for mushroom farming, which requires, and somebody in the coastal area for fish farm. Okay. Where your salinity, moisture, everything is important. In fact, somebody even talked to us from Indonesia. They wanted the spirulina farm, okay, where you need a lot of parameters. And the problem they had is, how do you put a device in the sea without somebody else, stealing this? Okay. So if you have that type of security in place, okay, this type of real-time monitoring is possible. Many people look for a mobile device. Somebody wants a stationary device, we will put in that place. Somebody wants a mobile device, they want to plant in different areas and do. A mobile device, somebody carries it and takes it back. And there are devices available with very low weight also, 1.5 kgs, 2 kgs, you can get this. So it is a simple answer is yes, it is being done and is being used also.
Vijeta, I'd like to get connected with sir. Please to help me out.
Yeah, sure. One of us will just put, or so much that you can also put your contact details, whatever you're comfortable,
okay.
And people could get in touch with you. We just have.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashok. Take care. Yeah. So we have a couple of comments that have come in, Soma. One is from Dipendu, where he's talking about off-chain solutions that can work with low or no bandwidth. Okay. And then there's also something from Tridibesh. He's a founder of an agri-tech startup called Incube. So he just wanted to understand if there's anything that you are dealing with in terms of IoT sensors for farm level data, pH factor, ambient light, humidity, etc., etc.
Yeah, see, we are working. I mean, we have a hardware data ecosystem. Okay, they make for us. Okay, who do on an ongoing basis for this type of parameters, because we are more into software, but we are aligned with the right ecosystem for hardware who does it. So maybe Vijeta, maybe they can touch. I'll just try to add my this thing. Yeah. Maybe they can share with you. You can share my email ID with that. Yeah.
We'll share the email ID, sir. If you're comfortable,
Okay.
we can share.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. No
okay. Perfect. But awesome session, Soma. Very beautifully curated slides as well. I think it was very classily captured, and I'm sure that everyone who's here, the enablers, in fact, we have more audience now than when we started off. So that shows that this has been an interesting session. So thank you, Soma, and please stay back. We are going to have a very beautiful session that's coming up with Mahesh from cybersecurity. He runs the government of Karnataka's Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity, and he's going to come in next. Okay, but thank you so much.
Thanks, Vijay. Thank you.
And also, we're looking forward to the 7th August Industrial IoT Day.
Yeah, sure.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So now, Mahesh, may I have the honor of great. Hi, Mahesh. How are you doing, sir? All well?
Hi. I'm good, Vijeta. Thanks for the invitation.
Most welcome, Mahesh. Most welcome, and appreciate you taking the time out. So please, it's over to you. First, of course, introduce yourself and please talk about the Center of Excellence, the work that you do, the innovation, the startups, and then your presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mahesh.
Great. Thanks. Hope I'm audible.
Absolutely clear. Absolutely clear.
I would like to share a presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can click on share screen and then.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. So hello everyone. Thanks KTech and thanks Vijeta. Many thanks for all the participants down here who have taken time off to attend this session. So I would like to quickly move on with the presentation and also quickly thank the previous presenter, Mrs. Somsundar. It was very interesting, Mrs. Somsundar. So coming to this aspect, I represent SciSec. SciSec is the Cybersecurity of Karnataka. It's a center of excellence formed by state government in 2017 and with the objective to promote cybersecurity in Karnataka. And we primarily work on three distinct areas. One is developing cybersecurity startups in Karnataka and develop cybersecurity awareness and help in research activities, and also conduct campus outreach program in cybersecurity. This is to develop interest in campus on cybersecurity. So post-COVID, there's a lot of momentum in this space, and the cybercrime is high, and there's ample amount of opportunity for startup, for students from the job sector, and even for the center of excellence. So we run an entrepreneurship program, annual program where we onboard startups and help them in their entrepreneurship journey. Whether it could be mentoring or working at ideation stage or funding or any other market outreach activities. So there's about SciSec, and there's a website. I request all of you to have a look and take advantage of any areas that you would feel. Please feel free to get in touch with us. So this is Mahesh. I'm program manager for industry and startup at cybersecurity. So a brief stint. I work predominantly in media, Deccan Herald and Indian Express and Quest Corp. Primarily in the tech domain, and last 4 years I've been into the startup ecosystem, helping developing startups, and my main work was into a e-waste recycling management startup and agri-food supply chain startup. So, and now I'm with SciSec. So now I would like to bring your attention into this. This is something which I would love to read. It's a quote by Brittany. She is the director of cyber operations at Cardinal Health. So as a cybersecurity reader, we have to create a message of influence, because security is a culture and you need business to take place, then that should be part of the culture. This is something we need to take care and make this a habit, make security and consciousness, be conscious and be aware, and make that a habit. The reason why I'm taking this is culturally we are a reactive driven country. We try to take do postmortem, and we try to work on damages rather than proactive investment. So this is something which needs to change, and it's changing gradually, but it needs to change. It needs to change for better cyber safe environment. So this is on the lighter side. You can have a look. So there is S missing in IoT, but there is no S. Of course, that is exactly the point. There is no security. And security is still a challenge in many areas like IoT, hardware, and some of the emerging spaces. So IoT, I don't want to get in much into that because our colleague Mr. Somsundar has deep dived into this. So it's about all interconnecting devices which communicate over internet, and there's a good projection as far as the growth is concerned, even at the global level. So by 2025, there's a projection close to $45 to $60 billion. This is the projection for IoT related industry, and of course startups have a good space to work on, and professionals has a good area to tap. There's a huge skill gap as far as cybersecurity professionals are concerned. So these are the two main areas which can be noted by startups and students community. So coming to the insight today, there's widespread adoption of Internet of Things, and which is getting into the smarter world, and it's good. It's good in a way. It's good, and it's anybody would love a smart environment. Either it could be a smart home or smart car, or anything that that has an extension of technology. I mean, these are the things we used to use on a daily basis, and the moment there is a technical extension to it, we would love to use that in a different way. And of course, it's helping in the current scenario. current scenario of different social and security challenges. But of course, all these are coming with a good price as the new set of security challenges in the IoT space and mainly development. So coming to the use cases again here, I would broadly touch upon the head points. So now is consumer electronics, automotive, healthcare, and industrial IoT, wearable, logistics, sports fitness. So I would rather focus on the security aspects on all the use cases. So IoT security main challenges are broadly classified. These are global challenges, nothing specific to India. Global manufacturing standards, update management, physical hardening, user knowledge and awareness, safety and security process integration, and security by design, which is not a top priority with hardware vendors. So manufacturing standard is definitely a concern, a matter of concern in this current scenario, because post-COVID has thrown a lot of different set of challenges in the hardware supply chain. Certain imports were restricted, cheap hardware were restricted, and that handicapped the supply chain system. And brighter side is we are evolving as under the Make in India initiative and trying to be sustainable. So that's a brighter side, and but there's a gap which will eventually come down. So in the process, there need to be a standardization and standards which has to be defined at the policy level, which will actually help the IoT and security roadmap to be in a better position. So, and one is in that standard, I would say that Ms. Lakshmi brought up on a point on open innovation and co-creation. Now things are fragmented, and this disruption in supply chain is a good opportunity for open innovation and co-creation. All the hardware vendors can come together, and they themselves can devise a set of policies and standard which will actually which will actually help in multiple ways. One is supply chain, second is security, and they can design, they can factor security at the inception level. So at the design level, at the architecture level. So this is one area which is emerging and which can be potentially tapped. And update management is something, it should be a habit again. Firmware is the core, it's the heart of any device, and that should be updated and monitored. So for security update, and organization should also give more importance for any firmware update. I mean, it should be as important in the threat model. It should be at the highest importance level. Normally, in case most of the organization try to not underestimate or overlook this area. So physical hardening is another area. Physical hardening is something. It's a collection of tools where best practices are implemented to reduce vulnerability in technology. So it covers the whole life cycle of hardware, and security can come as a horizontal here to reduce vulnerability. So at the application level, system level, infrastructure level, firmware. So it covers the whole life cycle, and goal is to secure or condense system attack surface. So this will build a strong foundation at the hardware level, and which will eventually protect or avoid most of the other vulnerabilities which could emerge out of wrong practices. So user knowledge and awareness is another primary thing, and cyber security. CISEC, we conduct a lot of awareness program for industry, campus, and public. to make them aware of the latest threats. And threats are very dynamic, and they're very, very these days it's very dynamic and very volatile. So awareness is something which has to be on the toe and updated on a regular basis. And right stakeholders should be aware and must be aware on all the aspects of threats. And safety and security process integration, this is again which will come under the co-creation and open innovation. So hardware per se is a combination of multiple devices, and where multiple companies come together, work, and I would rather say it's an aggregation of multiple devices from multiple companies, and it's hard to strike a balance when it comes to baseline of a security. So that's where having a strong process integration with co-creation, that will eventually help design the proper security roadmap. And it's tough, and it's critical to the companies to come together, but they should work at something at the policy level, and even the stakeholders should come together. This would actually help in the product protection of product life cycle. So, and security, it should be by design. It's not a top priority in many of the roadmap, many of the organization, which should be by design. If security is factored at inception level, nothing like it. Of course, there would be challenges. It's not that they will not have any challenges eventually, but at least if the baseline is strong, then other things is something that which could be addressable, and which could be taken care. So just to touch upon the type of attacks in the current IoT system, IoT has a huge use cases in our day-to-day life. There is a lot of use cases in automation, home automation, whether it could be managing our home appliances and security, home security, and medical devices, and to some extent even today our automobile industry is getting into smart automobile, and agriculture is getting into smart agriculture with adoption of IoT and drone. So sensors is one area. So draining battery of pacemakers, it could lead to a potential risk of human life, because pacemakers that is something to do with their life, patient's life. And communication, intercepting Bluetooth, low energy communication, that is another security risk which is quite common, a threat. So decision making, data integrity. So assuming some smart car or some cameras are hacked, there are a lot of attacks recently, similar attacks recently, where security of monitoring cameras were compromised. So by modification and taking control, and more than camera, taking control of a smart car, that could lead to a potential risk. And again, information privacy. Today, smart toys are there in the hands of kids, and any eavesdrop can be a disaster with huge implication. So these are the main areas where consumers are involved, and awareness is a must. And for a common public, mainly if they are non-technical, and if they're exposed to, small kids are exposed to the device, and non-tech savvy people are exposed to the device. So it requires some level of understanding and awareness to public. So we have reached a stage where we can't do away with all this, and tomorrow if we reach a stage where we can't do away with all this, like today, how internet is part of our life, tomorrow IoT and can be a part and parcel of our life. So it's high time that we get to understand all the challenges and intricacies of security in this space. Secure by design. Secure by design can factor security at the design level, architecture level, and with endpoint encryption. This will give an competitive advantage by building intelligent and automated security into the product from inception. And there's another area like custom cryptographic architecture. So the software platform which give digital identities to IoT. So and they're using enterprise grade cryptography. So this will build an end-to-end chain of trust in IoT environment, which should solve the weak supply chain and threat in that space. And this will also eventually solve the supply chain gap in case if there is any disruption. So for multiple reasons, it could be import. Tomorrow, if suddenly if there is an import restriction on a supply chain due to geopolitical situation, that will handicap our system. Such scenarios was predicted on and on. Way back 10 or 15 years back, when all our data cards were on Huawei, there was a threat perception that if there is a supply chain gap, whole our internet system on data card will be down. That will handicap and cripple that area. So this is something which we have to make a note and gear up and address that space. Tomorrow, this same scenario, data card scenario, might emerge in other area. So it's always better to have a self-sustainable model on this space to avoid weak value chain. So then there are pre-integrated IoT security solution which can be integrated in all the IoT devices. It could be medical or vehicle or whatever. These to some extent will integrate with the development framework and protect the devices. So this is something standard. This will develop a standard and benchmark in the IoT industry. This is something which with the structural policy and with the co-creation this area can be much stronger. And identity management, that is again at the awareness, coming to the awareness again, people application, they should be connected, and authentication and authorization should be in the responsible and right hands. So that is something which users and the public has to make a note. So coming to the digital sky, this is a drone area. This is again is an emerging sector, and it's a hot sector primarily. So India recently has come out with a drone policy, and there's a lot of use cases in B2B now. B2C is emerging. So at the right time, they have come up with the policy. And recently also you would have noted the attack in Kashmir airport. So this is something which had to be taken seriously and followed. And there is one area which has a lot of momentum, and it requires a lot of structural changes in terms of policy and also technology. So this is another area where we can get self-sustained and develop our own solution without any dependency on external resources. So Civil Aviation Ministry, it comes under its control by Civil Aviation Ministry, and laws and regulations are applies to anybody managing that. So this is basic procedure, like will restrict only through the daytime and visual line of sight. So it's more of a local this thing policy. So and right now anybody who is operating a drone is held responsible for any of the implications. So it's better to fly responsibly. So there's always a saying that you can't control anything that is in air. It could be internet or anything virus, and that precisely applies to drone also. So of course drone can be controlled with technology and smart technology with proper security measures without giving room for any eavesdropping. And students, primarily, they can apply for a pilot license, and that is issued for a fee by training organization. It's valid for 5 years. Students can take advantage of this and work into innovation in that space. And primary segregation into 5 categories. That's primarily based on the this on weight and they carry, and the capacity. It's more on the from a capacity point of view. And there's no license or permit needed for the basic one that you see in all the events, all the wedding events and camera photography events. So you would find that. So penalty wise, there's of course the government has regulated that, and illegal drone flying and import of drones and drone parts which are not authorized, that has to be noted. And unauthorized drone operation, except nano category restore or authorized, and that needs permit. And flying no operation zones or without third party insurance. And that is another sector which can be noted. Insurance sector is emerging. Insurance is matured in other areas, healthcare or something, but it's emerging in cybersecurity, and a lot of insurance underwriting companies are coming in cybersecurity. It's a good opportunity for startups and even students to look into. So those penalties are directly applied for the operator. So operator and to some extent vendor are all equally responsible, and they have to be careful and secured about that point. And no-fly zones are within anything within the 5-kilometer radius of international airport, defense areas, LOC, borders, 3 kilometers of state secretarial complexes, and eco-sensitive zones like national park, wildlife sanctuaries. And of course, there is again a perimeter when in the operating zone. So that is in the line of sight. So all this should help, policies should help. The drone cannot be misused, but still security has a larger role to play here. So threats. So I would say that the drones are susceptible to threats, and that face any even IoT space. It's similar, and it can be hijacked for wrong reason. So non-military drones can be hijacked easily, and supply chain. Again, importing drones is restricted. Tomorrow there can be a break in supply chain or a weak supply chain because of geopolitical tension of other countries. And even import can lead to another threat like hidden backdoor. They could be eavesdropping devices inserted in the drone, which could be a potential security threat. Like for example, if you're using a camera, that camera can be accessed and data can be accessed by the firmware. So that is something which user or a drone operator or a vendor may overlook or may not have the right capability or knowledge or technology to penetrate into that space. So this is something which which a body or a policy has to look into. And definitely a co-creation approach would help this space to tackle this area. And anything that is localized and make in India would definitely make an impact here and solve a lot of all these supply chain related issues. Keeping in mind the development and the continuity, business continuity. And cybersecurity again, cybersecurity is a challenge everywhere, and here again it's not left. So cheap hardware that does not ensure security layer on data communication, that will definitely be a threat on for drones. For example, it's if the drone is flying on some space and there's a camera recording of any sensitive information. There could be a potential risk of that data getting exposed or leaked by wrong hands. So So validation and benchmark on hardware is a must, and that should be done at the very high top level and at the perimeter level. Whether it could be this applies for both locally developed and imported products. But at the end of the day, that should be secured, and benchmark should have baseline standards should be strong to be precise in one word. And physical safety is always there. Any miscalculation and attack, or when targeted attack or miscalculation attack can lead to any potential this one damage. So this is something very interesting slide, and this shows a lot of opportunity in the business space of for drone. Today, drone is penetrating into almost any area, like photography. Photography, there's a huge area, because I have seen recently Startup Karnataka Elevate as a startup which is covering all the Karnataka tourism places using drone camera, and the visuals are very amazing. I got a chance to see that on their website. They're really different, different how we see the from a ground level, from aerial view. It's altogether the place look different. And today drone is used for agriculture survey, geofencing, and for precise data, and of course security surveillance and underwater inspection. So there are a lot of use cases and a lot of business opportunity in drone. I would like to touch upon one interesting area which also I am passionate about. Today, smart agriculture, precision agriculture is very hot. Precision agriculture is something like it's a combination of smart tools, IoT and drone, and this is something which is very predominant in Israel, and to some extent Dubai has also adopted. And there's a wide range of emerging technology, drones and UAV and laser scanning and soil sensor. A combination of all this solution is output is precision agriculture, and this is quite hot because today agriculture, there's a lot of momentum in agriculture space, and smart agriculture is happening. Even though it is not the need of the hour, it is happening, and results are visible. There are quite a good startups in agri-tech space. So precision agriculture, one simple example is so there's a lot of problems of real-time problems of agriculture sector are addressed by precision agriculture. Primarily, one is soil fertilizer management, water management, and pest management, and of course geofencing. And when it comes to resource utilization, wastage is addressed. So by giving if it is 5 drops, it precisely gives 5 drops. And it has all the data that to support that crop requires only 5 drops and so much of fertilizer. That's it. So this is something which is can be a game changer, and it is really helping that sector. And it aggregates machine data, and which even more precise planting, topographical mapping, geofencing, pesticide spray. So it's definitely making an impact in this space, and startups and students can look into this space for a brighter career and entrepreneurship opportunity. So this is something where drone and data is helping industry, which Mr. Somshunda mentioned about oil rigs and all. There is a percentage, it's very huge and unbelievable, but there is 90% savings. And storage tanks, 70% wind turbine, and there are other untapped area like roads, health and safety. Probably eventually when there is a concrete data on the savings, technology adoption will be encouraged, and people will be industry will be more proactive towards adoption of this technology. Only thing, at the right time of adoption, there should be a right level of security and right level of ecosystem to support that kind of adoption. We should be self-sustained. As a country, we should be self-sustained to support that adoption. And of course, today, drone is helping some of the use cases. One is I would like to mention, which you should not miss out. It's playing a major role in the inventory management space and warehouse management space. Definitely, you would have seen some of the videos which are doing rounds, and real-time data sync actually that can change the competitive dynamics of information landscape, the way things are handled. Of course, the data is handled, but here there is a collaboration between IoT, drone, and data, which is something is beyond analytics, and it is real time, and that is results are their results are showing. So it's making a huge impact in logistics, huge impact in data management and warehouse management and supply chain. So drone and IoT are put together, and these solutions are really interesting. And startup idea and business, that image has already shown, and drone service market size is expected to grow from 4.2 from in 2018 to 63 billion by 2025. This is a global numbers. And current recent import restriction policy is giving an advantage for Make in India. That is another space to look for. And cargo for deliveries, Amazon and Domino, they've made an impact. Of course, India is still not started. Permission is not there. So that's one area which is making an impact. And today, filmmaking, photography events are using drone at a very micro level, and a very it's confined to small set of area. But definitely there's an impact in that space, and there's a different user experience altogether in all these areas, events or filmmaking, where a consumer getting a first-hand experience of the technology through that video and this thing. So agritech is one space which is making a huge impact, and there's a good penetration of all the IoT and drone, which I've already mentioned: geofencing, precision agriculture, and smart farming. And mapping and industrial inspection business is again a good space, where architect construction sites where human eye can't reach, or human being can't reach on the challenging sites of infrastructure construction, could be mining, shipping. So drone is there. And it's a good use case. And drone repair service is an emerging sector, and it should be there when there are good amount of drones. That should be definitely that should be backed by a proper support system. This is something which should be seen at a policy level. The reason is, tomorrow if the reverse logistics is weak, that will lead to a lot of electronic waste. This is something which policy and that group or association co-creation should address. And drone flying courses institute or rental business, virgin, this is again a virgin area, could be tapped. And e-commerce, data mining, marketing, pharma, logistics, all these space are there, where application use cases are there. And inventory management I've already mentioned. So, and GPS spoofing is one area which is very hot and which is need of the hour. Because there is a high level of threat at the communication space, which if a drone is taken control, it can go, things can go haywire. And one best example is Kashmir airport attack. So this is about drone and security. So I would like to thank you for hearing me out, and this is my coordinate. So please feel free to write to us with feedback and any queries on cybersecurity. Anything on cybersecurity, we are there. Security, we are there. It could be startups or campus. So thanks again, all of you, for giving me an opportunity to present here.
Vijay, you have to unmute the questions.
Well, thank you, Mahesh, sir, for that very informative session. We definitely got a lot more information than we thought. If anybody has any questions, you can either come on audio and ask, or else you could type it in the chat box as well. So you have a question, could you read it from the chat box?
Hi Dipendo, COE definitely we factor all the security aspects, anything, and we rather work as prefer to work as a horizontal, because today's cybersecurity, as I mentioned, it has an element in every space. So any sector, so it's going to be a sector agnostic and it's going to be horizontal. We definitely will address any challenges.
Do we have questions from anybody else? You could either come on audio or you can type it in the chat box. And Mahesh said, would it be possible for you to share your contact details in the chat box? If people
sure.
would, yeah.
Sure,
thank you,
sure, Pratiksha, I'll do that.
Yes, I think it's time to move on to the next session. Thank you, Mahesh sir, for being a part of this great session. It was indeed a great presentation for all of us and a very informative session. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Pratiksha. Thanks for your team.
Thank you. I think it's time to move on to the next session. So we have the moderator for the next session, Johnson sir, who is the director for Shine Foundation. Welcome, sir, and your team. Over to you.
Thanks, Pratiksha. So I'll not take much time because I think we are already heading towards another break. So I look after the foundation called Sahyadri Hub for Innovations and Entrepreneurship Foundation, which we run from Mangalore, where our focus is on nurturing the youth. When I say youth, it's from the age group of 19 to 26 years, where we focus both from tech and non-tech sector, help them to enhance their entrepreneurial drive. We reorient them with the entrepreneurial mindset and help them to eventually venture out into potential enterprises. So that's what we do. We bring together a group of problem solvers from the region. We bring together all the stakeholders that are essential for them to focus on building a solution that can have impact in the society or eventually venture out into enterprises of their own. So moving on, Gauss, can we have the next slide? Yeah, so when we started with our journey, we focused on two most important problems. Why should any youth focus on building an impactful solution for the community? Why should any student work on apart from their regular academics and all the work that they do, why should they really focus on building something that is more reasonable or entrepreneurial or something that takes a lot more of their effort? So why should somebody build that? And if that needs to be built, that solution needs to be built, why should they go through all those potential journey which helps them to understand different segments that are necessary for them to build a solution? So why should somebody take that journey? So we pondered upon these two questions, and we realized very soon that if there is a motive that is more selfless, then there will be enough impetus for a student to actually take that entrepreneurial journey. So that's what we built, which we call as a community-centric approach. So we help students who have that urge to become entrepreneurs, or who wishes to develop a solution for the community. We help them with a particular series of processes from which they are reoriented to how to build enterprise. We bring together different stakeholders from the community, and we help them to collectively build innovation for that particular sector. So our whole focus then boils down to how do we make innovation as the epicenter of education that drives community development. So you could consider us as an enabler in a given specific region, where we enable or we complement the existing education curriculum by bringing together different stakeholders from the region. These stakeholders could be anybody from MSMEs, industry associations, startups who are working on different problem sectors, organizations that have accumulated a lot of research data from a very long time, that needs to be practically implemented. So we bring together different stakeholders, and we accompany with the education sector to help these youth reorient themselves towards building sustainable solutions for the community development. So that's our entire community-centric education model. Now, this happens mostly in 3 stages. The first one is education itself, where we have developed the curriculum for the students, which is completely community-centric curriculum. That means while they are learning these concepts like community-centric design thinking, empathy building, social research methods, and so on and so forth, both for tech as well as non-tech, we focus on rapid prototyping development, etc. We do that along with the different stakeholders of the community. So that way, they not only learn the concepts, but at the same time, they actually, they would be building something with the stakeholders. So they'll get all-round, perspectives of that particular, sector. Once we have students who have enhanced their, overall perspective or approach to solving solutions, we then bring in, some consultations from the sectors. That means we take up problems from the sectors and give to these students who have now understood the approach of solving a problem. Now, when we do that, we also bring together a lot of other people from the sectors who would help them into building that possible solution. Now, the best of the solutions are then taken further, and they're given the platform that is required for them to build it into innovation. So that's how we make sure that the entire community gets involved in building solutions for the community, for the development of the community. So that's the whole focus that we do in the community-centric education. Now, we have done this for the last 3 years. Though we have been working in the same sector for the last 9 years. In the last 3 years alone, we have mentored more than 3,000 students. One thing that we have observed is usually when the students, when they're working in the engineering sector or in the non-tech sector, they come up with projects just for the sake of academics and so on. But this kind of an approach, we really saw students coming up with more socially driven projects where the solutions actually have an impact in the society. We saw a lot more students pitching into these competitions where there are grants available from the government or any other corporate sectors, which helps them to build the concepts that they have envisioned. We saw more students competing in challenges in the premium institutions like IITs and NITs, where again the whole emphasis was to build confidence, have networks connected, get access to the resources of these premium institutions that can help them to build their overall ideas. So in the last 3 years alone, we have set up more than 16 companies, which are mostly student driven or driven from the community. We have been able to create 120 plus jobs. So this is a overall, in a nutshell, what we have been doing in the last 3 years with the community-centric model. And now we are more focused on how do we replicate this model across the region. Now we are doing it for the Mangalore chapter that, that encompasses Dakshina Kannada, Udupi, Uttar Kannada, Karwar regions. And then eventually we wish to replicate this model across the state. So this is something that we have done in a nutshell. So I would not want to spend much time in doing this, but there are students who have been benefited from this program, and they have ventured out into their own ideas, and they've got backings from organizations to help them complete that product. So I would leave it up to them to take things further. Yeah. Meanwhile, I will leave my contact details. So we have a lot of students who are enthusiastically working with startups. So if there are startups in this group or organizations who wish to reach out to us, I've left out my LinkedIn ID there. We can definitely connect in LinkedIn as well. Yeah, over to you, Rasha.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So isn't periods fear for women and for men fear from women? It's true that it's a women's problem, but it isn't true that men around us do not see women struggling during this period days. How does it feel to have flu, body pain, along with the headache every month? Well, I'm sure women have the same feeling about having her periods. When we talk about periods, we know exactly how it feels like more than just the sound of it. It's not just one or two, but 71.7% of women's silent battle of agony that goes unnoticed and criticized at the end of the day due to her behavioral changes which were caused due to her discomfort. Next. Period problems is definitely not a small issue. 10 out of 100 women withstand this pain like every other problem due to not having an ideal solution in the market. Although dysmenorrhea has been an age-old problem by now, it's never been treated as a problem because it isn't life-threatening. But one must never forget of what profound negative impact it has on their daily life. Next. To dig deeper into this problem, we didn't have to struggle hard because every woman around us has a story of her own discomfort to share. Out of the 700 women that we have conducted a survey of, which included women of all age groups, we clearly understood that menstrual cramp is an actual problem that women are suffering in our society, and in search of relief, they do not hesitate in trying any kind of invasive method of solution. Next. Even pulling out cases globally, we could clearly see that in every country, more than 45% of women suffer from primary dysmenorrhea, and sadly, in some countries, even hitting a 90%, which is why we decided to tap on 2% of SAM and SOM each. Next. Now that definitely doesn't seem like a small problem. So we wanted to find a solution, keeping in mind that women being the base of the nation and keeping her happy and taking her of her discomfort should be our primary motto. We set ahead on finding the solution. Next. Our solution is in the form of a belt which can be worn around the waist. In the front, a mild pressure will be given at CV6 acupressure point, making use of the CAM mechanism, and in the back, we'll be making use of heat and vibration therapy. Next. So does it mean that they do not have any other solution in the market? Clearly they do have. Pills are the most preferred go-to to every woman around us. And even after knowing of what happens with its excessive intake, they go for it. Roll-on causes skin allergies and skin irritations, whereas Livia blocks nociceptors by making use of TENS mechanism. That's where we stand apart in the crowd by giving them comfort, relief on the longer run without causing any internal damage on the longer run, and then best part being portable. Next. This is my team, where I'm Aisha Rasha, and this is my teammate Kritika Shetty, and we are second-year engineering students at Sayadri College of Engineering and Management. Next. These are our mentors, and our stakeholders includes a gynecologist, an acupressurist, a counselor, and a general practitioner. Next. As Loven Women means happy women, we promise to bring rainbows of happiness in the lives of women suffering from primary dysmenorrhea. Thank you.
Hello all, I'm Kavanna Tilak. I'm representing Team Asha, which aims at early detection of breast cancer. Next. We all are aware of the prevalence of breast cancer around us. Breast cancer ranks as the #1 cancer among Indian women with the rate of 25.8 per 1 lakh women. Among the 25.8, only 12.7% is the mortality rate, and in India, only 66.1 is the survival rate. Even though the number of cancer cases in urban areas is more when compared to the rural counterparts, it is not the case when it comes to the mortality rate. The rate of mortality in rural regions is higher when compared to urban regions. The main reason for it is due to late diagnosis. It is found that when the cancer is detected at later stages, say at stage 2 or 3, the chances of survival reduces to less than 80%. And in India, only less than 5% of women are regularly screened for breast cancer. Next. Hence, we thought of bringing into picture a portable device which can be used as a preliminary diagnostic technique which can be spread across to all regions, including the nook and corners of the country and the rural areas. At present, physical examination is considered for preliminary diagnosis. However, for a tumor to be detected through physical examination, it should be of minimum 1 centimeter size. And for a tumor to grow up to a size of 1 centimeter, it takes 8 full years. And hence, it becomes crucial to detect tumor within those years when it is of size in MMs. So we came up with a technology of thermal imaging, wherein we obtain the thermal image of the breast and detect tumors, which is supported by machine learning algorithms at the back. And the plus point of this technology is that it is not restricted by any age group like the traditional ones, and this technology can be used for women under 40 as well. And when it is proven that when cancer tumor is detected at early stages, 7 out of 10 women have undergone breast restoration therapy. Next. And with this solution, we propose an easily accessible and quick detection, and which is non-invasive, meaning there is no involvement of touch or discomfort for a woman, and a very quick report generation to avoid the anticipation. And this in turn leads to early treatment and hence saves a life of a woman. Next. Looking at the demography of cancer prevailing around, it as reported there was 87,000 deaths in the country, and we will be able to reach out to the rural areas through PHCs, which is spread across all over. Considering the amount of PHCs, rural hospitals and all, it would be possible for us to provide our solution to the end woman. Next. We did not depend on just government services as well. We can collaborate with organization which conducts regular screening camps, and also in Karnataka the government conducts cancer detection camps in rural areas, which is mainly focused to detect oral cancer, cervical cancer, and breast cancer. And for breast cancer, they still depend on physical examination. Hence, by reaching out to those and also availing CSR funds by the corporate, it would be possible to detect, to reach out to all women. Next. We are a diversified team, which we are currently being mentored by Johnson sir, and we are glad to say that we have been funded rupees 7.3 lakhs under Nidhi Prayas grant scheme, and we are continuously working for the product development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ashish here. So today I'll be representing our company, DTI Labs Private Limited. So just giving a glimpse of what our company first. So we at DTI Labs are a team of passionate innovators and engineers working to build a product that will help young minds to innovate and solve epic challenges ahead. So next slide. Yeah. So so the main vision we are driven is to help young minds to use technology and create epic solutions to build a better future. Next slide. So with the same vision, we made DreamKit so that every little hand can tinker and play with technology, science, engineering, art, and mathematics, as we call it the STEAM, right? To put in simple words, DreamKit is all about making technology fun and easy for all the kids and even for everybody who are kids at heart. Next slide. So a DreamKit, to be in simple words, DreamKit is an ever-growing library of electronic building blocks that snap to each other just with one single wire, removing all the hazard of electronics and even the complication of in it, and can be programmed with simple English without any Java, Python, without any complications of the coding too, right? So with our subscription model, we deliver monthly doses of fun-filled and engaging activity with a lot of learning, everything packed in a single box, and we deliver to the child's home. So you might be wondering what exactly kids can do with DreamKit. So creating any random idea with DreamKit is just 3-step process. They use the DreamKit models connected one single wire. They program it simple English, and then boom, they've created their first invention with DreamKit. So giving a little more detail into it, so kids can make fun activity like a pinball game, which was our old school games in the computers, and also learn about space, the solar systems, and all that. These are just 2-3 activities of our library of more than 100 to 200 activities that we have. So with DreamKit, kids are having a beautiful learning experience with fun attached to it. So this is all about it. So with our journey of making DreamKit and helping kids innovate through DreamKit, we have been mentored by amazing set of mentors, all from Sahyadri, even from NSRCL IIM Bangalore, and even we were having the opportunity of winning the Elevate grant from the Elevate Call to last year. Yeah, so thank you. So as I was saying, DreamKit is all about making young dreams into reality with technology.
Hello everyone, I'm Prajwal and I'll be talking about the Dream Rover project which we have been working on. The Dream Rover is basically focused around preservation of coral reefs and approach to preserve and save the biodiversity that is associated with the coral reefs. Next slide, please. Coral reefs are majorly only 0.01% of the ocean floor, but they subsist around 25% of all ocean life. And not only aquatic biodiversity, they are also responsible for giving us futuristic medicines, which could be the medicine for saving most of the prevalent disease that are there. Now, the problem that is around these coral reefs is not only through climatic anomalies, but also due to the effects of human activities like overfishing and other reasons which is leading to the increase in temperature in oceans. With this, there is also lack of data and analytic tools which could help us in better analyzing, monitoring, and preserving the coral reefs around us. To come to the solution part of it, which could better help us in saving the coral reefs and the aquatic biodiversity that is associated with them, good efficient tools for reef monitoring, as well as creating a database of coral reefs with access to prediction of different sort of the anomalies which is going to happen with saving the aquatic biodiversity would be something which is crucial for saving as well as maintaining these coral reefs for the future generation and for us to survive on. To make these a possibility, we have equipped our project with different technology stacks, which includes Internet of Things, data science, and robotics, to be able to fabricate an underwater rover, which can not only monitor the reefs, but also collect essential data with regards to the ocean parameters, as well as the coral health, and update us with taking appropriate steps so that we can tackle the reasons which is affecting these coral reefs and better help in preserving them. Next slide, please. Going further, we had initially started with initial sketching and visualization of the product which we are working on. And going further, we have went up to the prototype fabrication as well as testing it in real water. We have then collaborated with Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Mangalore to be able to design a product and do analysis on it. Going further, we have been able to develop a product in a substantial manner and are testing it in the coral reefs, which is situated in Mangalore region. Next slide, please. The methodology that we are equipping ourselves so that we would be able to identify the health and better monitor the preservation of coral reefs involves us in first identification of the proper reef samples that we want to target, which right now is in Mangalore district, which we are based out of. Going further, we also collect relevant data and we collect relevant data as well as the key parameters which is around the ocean and the aquatic biodiversity that they thrive on. We are further intending to create a centralized database of and repositories of all of these information collected, so that proper analytic tools can be put into place, so as to assess the health and other parameters, which in turn would help the policymakers and the governing bodies to take appropriate decisions based on the health and the other points which are being going on with the coral reefs. So this entirely is a decision support system which we are giving to policymakers, to people, to activists, so that they understand the importance of coral reefs and help us in our venture to preserve and better save ourselves from the decline of coral reefs around us. Thank you, and this is about Bro.
So, hello everyone. My name is Sathuk Kumar, and I'm from Team Mushroom Mania. Mushroom Mania aims to build low-cost smart solutions for small-scale mushroom cultivation. Next. Mushroom cultivation is a highly lucrative business, but due to the high setup and production costs of mushroom farms, farmers in India have yet to implement this process. Also, because these mushroom farms require constant monitoring, and a lack of which can create contamination in the grow room, and which further creates a loss of produce. Next. So we have designed a low-cost and modular grow room, which uses Internet of Things to regulate the temperature and humidity levels within the grow room, and thereby increase the production capacity of these farms. Next. Within these grow rooms, we have ultrasonic humidifiers and IoT-based sprinklers, which constantly monitors and regulates the temperature and humidity levels within the grow room. We also have a steam sterilizer, which is used to sterilize the substrate before producing the mushrooms to reduce the chances of contamination. Next. So for our primary customers are small-scale farmers, and these farmers are usually those that have less than 5 acres of land and need to use this land effectively to create an income for their families. As mushroom cultivation is a vertical farming process, it is ideal for small-scale farmers to implement this practice in their farms. Also, self-help groups, members of self-help groups that want to earn an income and sustainable income for their families can also implement this mushroom farming in a shade space to provide and to support their families. Next. Now, for the impact that we are trying to create, so we have designed these equipments keeping in mind the socio-economic conditions of farmers in India. Also, because of these equipments, it can drastically reduce the time and labor required for mushroom cultivation. And due to the increase in production capacity of these farms, the livelihood of these farmers are also increased. Next. Now, we are trying to collaborate with the local farmers and self-help groups for a duration of 5 months to so that we can get their feedback and develop our product. We are also planning on conducting joint training programs with Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Dakshina Kannada, to reach out to a large number of farmers with similar interests in mushroom cultivation. Next. Our primary source of revenue will come from the sales of equipment such as the smart grow room and stream sterilizer. Also, we are planning on conducting training programs for the cooperatives and mushroom farmers. We are also trying to create value-added products from these mushrooms through cooperatives such as dried mushrooms, mushroom pickles, and sauces. We can also create a mushroom compost which are high in salts and nutrients, essential solvents which are required for the plants. Next. So our team consists of 4 second-year engineering students. I myself am from mechanical engineering background, and with my fellow teammate Shalvin John D'Souza, and we also have two people from information science background, Miss Aishwarya K and Miss Neha. Next. And this is about Team Mushroom Mania. Thank you.
Yeah, that's about it, Pratiksha. So I think that gives a brief about our programs and how the students are taking up socially impactful projects, and how we are as an institution and as a foundation we are trying to make a impact in the region.
Yes, sir. And I think it's definitely more crucial in this period where engineering colleges just stick to academics and nothing else. Sayadri is coming up with very innovative methods to encourage young minds. And a very nice presentation by all the participants. Thank you so much for being a part of this. We'd like to thank all the members on behalf of TiE Bangalore and even Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Thank you so much. I think Vijeta sir can take over.
Vijay has never gone off the call, so I presume that there has been some technical glitches from his side.
Right.
Cool. I think if there's no other programs apart from this, I think Pratiksha, it's up to you to conclude.
Yes. It's definitely been a great workshop for all of us as participants, especially representing a student community. I think it's definitely been very useful to get exposed to different kind of ideas from many successful change makers. We as young minds and leaders look forward to bring change in the community, incorporate technology, and contribute to the society in the way we can, and be useful citizens to our country. Thank you all for being a part of this session and workshop as well. And I request you to put the feedback in the feedback form that will be shared soon so that we can contact you in written. Can Rachna, could you please share the feedback form? Yes, I kindly request you all to share your details in the link shared. And thanks again for being a part of this workshop. Thank you all.
Yeah, so now we have our next speaker, Suchitra. Are you around here?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah. So thanks for joining us, and
Thank
looking
you.
forward to your session on AI in healthcare and for rural India.
Sure. So please let me know once you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it. If you can just make it full screen, perfect.
All right. So can I start then? Hello.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I know it's not a great time to be listening to a talk, given it's the lunchtime. But the hope is to kind of not bore you too much with the presentation. So my name is Suchi. So I'm a senior scientist at the Systems Biology Institute. And I'm basically a machine learning practitioner working in healthcare, primarily on the preclinical and the clinical side of healthcare. And today, I'm going to talk about digital health, or the new wave of changes that are happening in healthcare, which is pertinent to digital health, and also the role of AI and machine learning in the context of things that are changing in the landscape of healthcare worldwide. And so the structure of the presentation today is essentially, the first part is going to be kind of a primer into what is some of the jargons around digital health, digital medicine, digital therapeutics. And once we kind of understand what these concepts are, the idea is to then put in perspective how AI and machine learning, in broad terms, is playing a role in the digital transformation that is happening in healthcare. We will be taking a few examples of startups in this space. It's a very active space, as you know, especially after the pandemic. A lot of the focus in healthcare has shifted to the digital paradigm of how healthcare can be provided remotely. And towards the end, I will be focusing on some of our own work in research, especially in the preclinical and the clinical side of applications of AI. And so that will essentially be the structure of my talk today. So basically, to start, I think we are all in the age of the digital revolution, and it is essentially changing every aspect of our life. And in fact, with the COVID pandemic, healthcare has come to the forefront in terms of how digital technologies can play a role in more effective healthcare services. And up until now, I mean, healthcare is largely a reactive process. So if somebody has a condition, you go seek help, and that's the way healthcare works. And we are actually moving into a regimen of preventive or proactive healthcare. And this transition is largely driven due to technology and, of course, advances in healthcare, in how things are measured, how our vitals are measured, and so on and so forth. And the other thing that is really driving this whole convergence of healthcare towards digital is basically advances in mobile phones, in network, smart sensors, cloud computing, genomics, and all the other omics measurement technologies, imaging, and together, even the standard medical practices are getting much more streamlined. And this is actually allowing us or giving us a window towards actually revolutionizing or seeing the hope of accelerating the digital health paradigm. And just to kind of put it in perspective, I think one of the quotes from Steve Jobs was essentially where he said that the next wave of things in innovation is going to be at the intersection of biology and technology. And I think we are in the age where we are beginning to witness what it means. And also to kind of put it in perspective, I just want to bring in light the book from Eric Topol. I think it was published a decade ago, which essentially posited how digital revolution and digital transformation in healthcare is going to change the way medicine is going to be working. And essentially just borrowing from his words, so he says digitization or a digital revolution in healthcare corresponds to the ability to digitize human beings, where you are measuring different components of a human body through sequencing, sensors, imaging, and then exploiting the digital infrastructure to kind of come up with novel solutions. And the idea is, again, also that the consumer or the patient, if you will, is at the center of and will drive the new paradigm of healthcare, and personalization is at the core of the whole offering. And this is the way healthcare as it was and as it will be in the digital era. So as I said, I mean, a lot of what is happening in healthcare innovation in terms of the digital impact into healthcare is in the space of digital health as an umbrella term. But what is more exciting is it is also getting into the realm of digital medicine and also digital therapeutics. So I will basically kind of go through these three paradigms in a little detail, because I think it's important to kind of see where the shift is happening in the space. So digital health, I think most of us are consumers or users of digital health as long as we are having a smartphone and we are using apps to monitor our lifestyle, whether we are getting good sleep, whether we are, how many steps are we using. So we have been using digital health and a lot of action, even in terms of the startups, have essentially mushroomed in this space. And typically the way, and it covers the umbrella of also the other paradigms that I'll be talking about. But one of the component here is digital health as an umbrella term need not be, validated by a regulatory authority like an FDA or the regulatory bodies, right? And they do not need clinical evidence. I mean, it's primarily kind of a good practice to kind of monitor your vitals, and basically that's the way these products come out. And this is in contrast to digital medicine, where the focus is on evidence and evidence-based software and hardware solutions, which essentially measure and also in some cases intervene in a course of the human health. And again, here the regulation is much more. The clinical evidence is required for these products to be launched, and the regulatory oversight in this space varies. And you could almost think of these three buckets as the maturity of some of the digital health solutions. Let's say there is a solution which is monitoring your blood pressure or something. Then how do you then get evidence and then make it a part of a treatment regimen? So this is basically the way the transition happens between a digital health offering, a digital medicine, and a digital therapeutics. So coming to digital therapeutics, I think products in this category are actually a part of the therapeutic intervention. And I will show case studies of and products where this is a reality. People do use digital products as or in their therapeutic regimen. And again, all the strict measures that you would see in a typical drug coming to market in terms of the regulatory compliance, as well as ensuring it is safe in the way it shares data, in terms of the privacy, in terms of how data is handled. There is a lot more regulation that happens in the digital therapeutic space. And on the left side, what you see is kind of how the space of digital health or the digital age medicine is panning out, which is on the top is where it was the industrial age medicine, which we all have primarily been used to, where there is a dedicated medical care facility and doctors who are a part of your medicine or medical paradigm, to now moving into the era where primary, secondary healthcare, social network, by that I mean your extended family, as well as you kind of taking care of your own self, is all a part of the digital age medicine. And so just to kind of also go a little bit deeper into the kind of applications that you would see in each of these three buckets. So the typical products that you see in the digital health space are lifestyle apps, fitness trackers, any system that stores medical records, patient portals, telehealth, and so on and so forth, like even clinical trial management. All these products and softwares come under the ambit of digital health. Digital medicine, on the other side, relates to digital diagnostics, where you're trying to leverage on devices and softwares to detect and confirm the disease conditions. This could be essentially analyzing, let's say, radiography images, chest X-rays, and so on and so forth. Digital biomarkers, again, a space which is very, very hot, where your measurable devices are used as biomarkers for monitoring biological processes and also for aiding in therapeutic intervention. And similarly, remote patient monitoring, where it's just not about storing data, but if you're in a telehealth setup, monitoring the patients, as well as measuring whether they are following the medical regimen, and so on and so forth. All of this come under the umbrella of digital medicine. Again, all the digital products that we are all used to in terms of the blood pressures monitors, as well as the pacemakers, and everything basically comes under the space. Now coming to the most interesting part, which is basically once, let's say, a digital medicine kind of a paradigm matures, there is enough evidence and regulatory support and evidence that it indeed has a role in managing a disease condition. They enter the realm of digital therapeutics. And essentially the definition is they are software and hardware solutions that deliver therapeutic intervention. They help in treating, managing, and improving a health condition. They are basically provided and monitored by the healthcare staff, doctors and nurses. Of course, they need to rely or they need to satisfy a lot of regulatory as well as safety criteria before they can be approved as a digital therapeutic. Now, so this is basically a summary of how the space is kind of changing from traditional medicine. And next, I just want to give a few examples of each of these I mean, these are products that are there today. They are being used for different offerings in healthcare. So I'll not go into the digital health space. I want to focus more on the digital medicine and the digital therapeutics. So for instance, there is this company which Bioforme, which essentially is a wearable sensor, and the idea is all the sensors that are present on the device are used to look at these measurements are looked to understand disease conditions such as cardiology, respiratory conditions, oncology, pain. So the kind of sensors that you would typically find on this device is what you would find on an Apple Watch, but more specialized in terms of, let's say, trying to understand the skin electrodermal activity and so on and so forth. And similarly, there has been work in wearables where there are companies which are, for instance, the Empathetica, which again offers a device for monitoring different disease condition, especially in the mental health space. And there was another interesting kind of example where we're talking about ingestible sensors. So there was this product by Proteus, where you essentially take a pill. The pill has a sensor which goes and attaches and gets activated on inside your stomach, and there is a patch that is attached on your skin, which then relays a lot of the vital information to a device. And this was actually used in a study of schizophrenia, which is again a mental disorder. And so these are examples of how digital medicine startups and digital medicine is playing a role in how it is effectively monitoring and contributing to diagnosis, care, and intervention. And as I said, digital therapeutics are a little more matured in that space. And again, quite a few examples. Again, this field is quite niche. It has just started to kind of open up. There are very early players in this game, and very recently, a couple of weeks ago, EndeavorX essentially came up with a digital therapeutic module which was approved by FDA, which is essentially a video game that is used to treat ADHD condition. Similarly, for type 2 diabetes, people are using, or doctors are using, for instance, Insulia as a product for monitoring and giving intervention strategies based on the Insulia app. Similarly, for nicotine addiction, and here again, it's just not software, but software with a sensor where there is a carbon monoxide sensor, and it kind of helps in smoking cessation, to stop smoking. Again, it's been approved and it's out in the market. Again, for substance use, there are products that are out there. So as you see, a lot of these examples are beginning to see, and this is again a phenomena in the last, I think, 4 to 5 years, where these products have come to the fore in terms of being in the digital space of therapy and healthcare. And now, stepping back a little, and then kind of understanding what are the driving technologies for this phase of the digital revolution in healthcare. I think the primary one is advancements in mobile technology, in connectivity, and access to data and information. An important component of this whole space is again AI and machine learning, robotics, AR, VR. So another example that I did not actually go into is even AR, VR is being used in digital therapeutics, especially for medical health or mental health conditions. And for robotics, essentially, one classic example of how it has really already come into the space is in telesurgery, where a surgeon can stay remotely and then do a surgery at the operation theater. And again, advancements in wearables, affordable sensors, the acceptance of IoT, and more specifically, IoMT is another jargon that's used, the Internet of Medical Things, advances in handling and working with big data and the cloud. And as one of the speaker was also alluding to, there is also advancements in security, privacy, of how data is handled, where it is handled, that is basically allowing for given the nature of the data, advancements there are giving confidence to the system that these can actually become mainstream. And to add on, I think 3D printing, I think one of the key drivers, especially in a developing country setup or in a rural setup, is how can you kind of fabricate low-cost devices. And I think 3D printing is also playing a big role in how it's helping space. And of course, recently with the whole drive to have digital or electronic health records, where there is a lot of interest in digitizing and monitoring your health information and over a long horizon, and the use of blockchain as a potential potential technology where it could actually ensure the kind of regulatory compliance requirements that are there on the data for healthcare is taken care, is also something that's driving this whole digital revolution. So again, jumping back a little bit in terms of and kind of deep diving on just AI, and given that the audience today is primarily students, I think I just wanted to kind of introduce what AI or machine learning, and there is so much of a buzz that is happening in almost every field that it's disrupting. And the same is happening even in the healthcare. And essentially, I mean, AI, the way to think of it is how do you enable machines to kind of mimic human intelligence, and a kind of, so the expert systems or rule-based expert systems were a part of AI about 30, 40 years ago. Now, thanks to all the advancements in hardware, in algorithms, we are able to now get into the space of machine learning, where the idea is to kind of teach machines and help them predict certain outcomes that we are interested in. And more recently, in the last 5-6 years, there is a huge progress in deep learning. And I think you are always seeing the buzz where neural networks have basically taken over. And the kind of compute power that is being used today is unparalleled to anything that was used before. And this is actually opening up a lot of avenues even in healthcare. So to kind of look at the field of AI, you essentially look at supervised learning, which is primarily what a lot of machine learning or AI is today, where you kind of teach the machine with enough examples, and the machine kind of tries to understand the hidden parameters, if you will, and then make some model of that and uses that to predict when there is a new example that is given for it to do. And of course, there is the unsupervised paradigm, which has been traditionally used for anomaly detection, trying to understand data sets, and also where you do not have training data. And this is also a paradigm that's picking up quite a bit. And deep learning applications cut across, especially for in both these spaces now, especially very recently, it is cutting across both these spaces, where you're trying to use very deep neural networks to train models. And in terms of, so this is in terms of the technology or the kind of paradigms. There is, of course, reinforcement learning as well, but I will not get into the details of that. But in terms of what are the things that you look at text or natural language processing. And text is there in EHR, it's there in your prescriptions, it's there in publications, it's there everywhere. Vision, and I think most of us have already seen the potential of how vision is playing a huge role in especially healthcare, where I think last month, if you saw the Google I/O 2021, they also released an app which actually scans or looks for your skin conditions. So the interesting thing is, especially the AI and healthcare space, the largest players are all the players who are the largest tech players, right? So which is also telling something. And again, robotics is an integral part of AI. And so in terms of where AI can play a role, especially in healthcare, I think it's to understand patient data, especially the amount of data that is being collected, thanks to both the high throughput technologies in biology, where you're able to very easily measure a lot of your internal physiological parameters, as well as sensors measuring your physiological conditions. There's a lot of data that's coming up, and taking all of this data and using this for gaining insights both at a disease state as well as the overall well-being is where AI is playing a role. Supporting evidence-based decision-making, and this is especially relevant in mental health, and also striving for improving quality, safety, and efficiency. Designing better drugs. There's the fact that we are looking at treatment regimens or drugs being repositioned, especially in the COVID paradigm, is thanks to all the advancements. The amount of time that it takes for, let's say, a vaccine to come out, or even a drug repurposing study to happen, has cut down significantly, thanks to a lot of the advancements in AI. Again, for coordinating care and helping increase communication, improving patient experience and outcome, especially in the hospital setup, to deliver value and reduce cost, and overall to kind of improve the health system performance and optimization. And of course, all said and done, it's all looking great. It looks like healthcare is going to make a big impact, as it is seen. Even when you do a Google trend, you see that in the last 5 years, for the keyword healthcare in any AI, the overall interest has gone up, and the kind of startups that are getting funded has again risen up in the last many years. And the big players here are all the tech companies. It's being led by them. Of course, there is a lot of very great startups also in this play, but especially with respect to AI, a lot of the innovation is being driven by these big tech companies. Now, one of the things that is still, so now this is the good side of things, and now to come to the reality check, that although there is a lot that is going on, there is still a big friction in terms of what is coming out into the market in terms of both helping, especially the role of AI in kind of helping this whole journey. And that is, again, that's because it's just too many players involved. The regulation space is still being worked out. Even the regulatory authorities are really figuring it out, what it means for approving a digital therapy product. Every new digital therapy product that gets onto the regulatory space actually is a new challenge, even for the digital agency. And again, there is this problem of too much data, because the kind of data that you're collecting is immense. It goes all the way from your EHRs to images or scans, lab results, pathology images, where they're trying to culture for bacteria or viruses, your genome or your omics data. And then, so there is a lot of data which is what we call as multi-dimensional, as well as multimodal. So you don't have one kind of data, but you have variety of kind of measurements. And then how do you kind of grapple that, put all of them together to kind of enable, towards a more precision medicine or a better, patient outcomes, is still being figured out, and there is no good answer there. And I think the hope is that AI is going to be playing a big role. And thanks to the COVID kind of or the pandemic, I think in general, hospitals and the pharma space has been ramping up the adoption of both digital technologies as well as AI. Not as much as it needs to, but it's got it to start. And again, the space of applications of how AI and together with robotics are being used. It's used for wellness. So let me just go to the next slide, where we talk about certain examples of how they are being used. For instance, in wellness, even today, your Apple Watch or the kind of sensors that I talked about previously are being used to provide real-time biometrics, and using that to essentially drive the state of your health is absolutely there. And there are companies like Map My Genomics in India, where you basically send a saliva test and they send you back your genomic profile, what you're susceptible to, and so on and so forth. So this is something, and there is a lot of value for data analysis and AI there. And examples of early detection. So how do you detect early for a condition that you have? So early today, there was a discussion about breast cancer detection by the students. So there is also a product where it's being used. It's a wearable that gets used for early detection, and a lot of the way how the signals from these wearables get translated into saying whether you're prone to a particular disease condition is where AI is playing a big role. And again, in decision making, in predictive analytics, and in implementing change of protocols, especially for in treatment or events, is where it's playing a big role. A related thing is also in insurance. It's playing a big role, although it's not healthcare in the strict sense, but in the space of insurance, it's playing a role. Diagnosis, and again, this is thanks to advancements in the last couple of years, where there has been work of how by actively measuring a lot of the vitals, we are able to diagnose conditions more effectively. And as I was talking to you a while ago, last week in the Google I/O, or last month in Google I/O, there was Google as one of its prominent offering as a part of the Google I/O released this tool, which essentially allows you to scan your a mole or a skin condition that you have, and it's going to help you try to understand what that skin condition is. And again, in treatment as well as in end-of-life care, there has been a lot of applications of AI and machine learning. Even in research, there is, especially the last decade, we saw one of the long-standing problem of drug discovery, which is to try to understand how proteins fold, was solved by Google. And this is, again, heralding a big wave of advancements in even the basic research in healthcare. So maybe, I don't know if I have much time, so I'll probably skip a few of these slides, which actually talked about case studies, our case studies of how we have been using digital health and digital solutions in AI for solving problems in healthcare. And I just want to bring us to the context of, sorry. So I just want to basically kind of come to the point of how a lot of the digital transformation AI space is going to herald the new wave of changes especially in the context of the rural setup, right? I mean, we talked about all these different technologies and how they are being pushed together. But I think the key for adoption, especially in a rural context, is I think a headways that we are already making, even from a government point of view, where I think telehealth has become almost a mainstay now of how treatment or how remotely a doctor can and nursing can happen. But the key to this whole setup is how we are going to be coming up with a framework for collecting and working with the data that has been collected, because there are immense regulations that are there. And it's great to see that the government of India has already come up with a lot of strategic initiatives in this space, especially with the National Digital Health Blueprint and the National Health Stack, which hopefully is the point that where, especially with UPI, what happened with e-commerce, the hope is that this is actually going to drive the next wave of innovations, especially in the context of India. And I think in terms of what is important or key to kind of drive the AI, especially in the context of a rural setup, I think leveraging on smartphones, because almost everybody is today having a smartphone, and your smartphone is essentially, if you will, your digital assistant, and also in the future, your pill. Although, I mean, there are thoughts about whether you should go away from it, but this is one aspect of how smartphones can play a huge role in adoption, and AI on the edge, how AI models, their data does not need to leave the phone if not needed, and models can run on the edge. Now, again, low-cost devices, Raspberries, IoT devices, especially the kind of ecosystem where we saw students developing interesting solutions on very low-cost devices. And I think that is going to also herald a new wave in this space. Chatbots and voice assistants, especially in telehealth and mental health. Of course, the key driver for this adoption is to kind of focus or be hyper local in how we think about it. It has to be language sensitive. It has to be culturally molded for the kind of offerings that come up for, especially with the rural background in mind. Things around ethics, privacy, and security have still to be figured out. And I think that is going to be crucial for adoption, not only in rural setup, but in general. I think the next 2 points are, I think, what I also think is key is education, to kind of enable people to understand and build solutions on top of this. One of the previous speakers told how easy it is to kind of build solutions, IoT solutions with a Raspberry Pi. And these are the kind of things that I think will drive the next wave of innovations. And I think the most important one is basically what we call as the frugal innovation mindset. And the idea is the Jugaad, or the Jugaad concept. The idea is, how do we kind of innovate for India in terms of how it can, you can come up with very cost-effective solutions. And one of the very classic examples, especially from the Prakash Lab in Stanford, is the paperfuge. So I think it was applied to India, where especially in the context of malaria, the idea was, how do you use a paper and like a pulley mechanism to use it as a centrifuge? I mean, these are like, and again, Foldscape, where the idea was to build a microscope, but just with paper and very, very simple kind of a setup. So I think these are the kind of innovations that will drive. And I just wanted to give a couple of demos, small demos of what are the kind of things that can come up in terms of where students should start thinking about in terms of how they can play a role to tap into the space. So I think this was already talked about, where I think we all recognize it's an aging world, and fall is a very important or a deadly kind of a kind of a scenario, especially in old age, right? There are statistics which say a fall actually translates to very high medical costs. And again, so think about how you want to disrupt. A lot of what happens today is through wearables, probably expensive wearables. But then how do you then say, hey, how do I come up with a very cost-effective solution? And then again, you could just, we did a small POC where we just took a Raspberry chip and we used a hardware accelerator or a deep learning accelerator to kind of plug into it. And then we were able to run a model on the edge, if you will. So what you see here is a model that is running on the edge in real time. It's actually detecting if there is a fall and alerting if there is a fall event that happened to a caregiver. And so the idea here is, I think innovation, especially in the rural setup, will be driven by applications in this space. And similarly, I think in the digital space, I think we are working on solutions where, again, another hardware-driven IoT setup where we just use a very cheap 3D printer and a Raspberry Pi to now provide digital therapy solutions, but having a component of smell, especially in behavioral therapy. And what you see is a smell device, which essentially, and the treatment regimen consists of showing memories for people. So please pardon for a burger being there, but in a general therapeutic session, it would kind of rekindle your memories to kind of get your position better. And then the idea is to pair it with a device which is also going to emanate smell, which kind of takes you back to those memories. And we have seen that this kind of improves the behavior of people. And we are doing this study, especially in the context of dementia. And so I think with this, I just want to kind of wrap up the session. Thank you for your time. And I know it was very broad. I try to kind of put all of them in a way that it could be presented, but each of them merits its own kind of a talk. And this is an interesting Dilbert comic, which basically kind of posited what it would be in a future where like a Watson, if it was in charge for making clinical decisions at the bench. So thank you again. And I'm open to questions now.
Yeah, I think thank you so much. That was a wonderful session. It's like so insightful. I think more and more people are looking to work in this field, and this session proves extremely useful in its application in the medical and healthcare field with rural context as well. Yeah, so I think if anyone has any questions, you can definitely put it in the chat box. A lot of people I can see are looking to connect with you as well. So if you could put in your LinkedIn profile in the chat box, that would be great.
Sure,
so any questions, please go ahead and put in the chat box.
So I'll stop sharing my screen if that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great session.
Absolutely second what you're saying, Adya. It was a great session. I think one of the things that we would love to have even from students. Okay, and then I'm seeing that we have Ajish is here, Girish who's from Jinserv is also here. So please, it's open to the audience. Whoever wants to step in and converse with Suchindra. By the way, Suchindra, brilliant one, man. Super stuff. Really amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay. Thanks. Sorry, I'm a little disoriented today. I just had my vaccination. So.
Oh, good. First one or second one?
Second.
Oh, congratulations, buddy. Good.
The use case is very good. I think the fall events, right? Not many have looked into the elderly fall events. Now, how do you come up with these use cases? Do you crowdsource it, or do you, how do you get?
So that this is a good point. So especially for us, I think the main advantage for us is when we work with care homes. and also hospitals, which we do on a regular basis, we also kind of see fall as a mechanism even at healthcare facilities. And we actually did a POC which was in the context of a care home or a elderly facility inside a hospital, where very expensive sensors are even today used just above that bed, right? And I mean, so this adds up to the cost of how much a patient is supposed to be paying, right? So one of the things that we did here was to kind of look at how a low-cost solution can help the space. And interesting thing here was to kind of also predict fall, not just by cameras, but we also used health records. So we used a combination of health records as well as cameras. So this is what I talked about, multi-modal data, where you're just not looking at one type of data, but multiple types of data. And in general, I think fall detection has been a focus of study. I think Philips has a whole product suite around it, much more sophisticated. But then the whole idea is, how do you then use what is happening now to kind of drive the next? And I think that is how that particular problem came about, especially for us to be looking at.
Right. I see Gokul has some comments on what's the encryption used for drones and to drone-to-drone communication, and can we measure the groundwater properties using drone imagery? I think we also have the next session, which is going to talk about drones and water positive world. So yeah, I think you can take a stab at it, Suchi, and then we will.
So I mean, so I'm not so sure if this question was for me, because if it was related to groundwater properties, I guess, I mean, my strength is not in.
Yes. So we have the next speaker. He's probably
okay
for the next speaker. So we will get Ganesh in as well. Hi, Ganesh. Are you around?
Am I audible?
Yes, Ganesh.
Vijeta, sir.
Vinay is also here. How are you,
Hi,
man?
Vinay.
Yeah, we were a little bit scared, by the way.
Oh, is it? Okay. You have
Vinay,
invited
you want
me
him
to
to start
other
immediately, or what should you do?
Yeah, Suchit, we will share the questions and the takeaways with you.
Sure.
And many of them want your connects, coordinates as well. We will share your details with them. Hope that's fine.
Only if you're comfortable, you can share the PPT. If it is proprietary, don't share it. Okay?
No, it's fine. I will share the PPT as well.
Okay. Yeah. Only if you're comfortable. No force.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, my friend. And stay safe, okay? Your second, take rest.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Great. So, Ganesh, you'd like to take things forward now?
Sure. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. I always feel privileged to speak to youngsters, because if there is an organization that I've been part of, if that organization has grown, in my experience, the youngsters have taken the organization to the next level. Of course, we are all young, Vijeta sir. I mean, so I mean to say, because there's so much to learn from youngsters. So you tell what you have done, then they'll tell you could have done it better. So I see the session as like that. So and of course my session, just give me a second if I could share the screen. Just a second. Please tell me when you can see my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can put it on full screen mode if you'd like to.
Yes.
Or this is also fine.
1 second. Why is it not going? Sometimes.
This is also fine. I think it's.
Okay. If there's a glitch in technology, then we know we all have jobs ahead as engineers. Okay, so yeah, my title is the Water Positive World and Growth of Sustainability Clean Tech Solution. Then I thought I should also give a bit of history behind how I eventually got into solving this in a tiny, tiny little way. Right. And this goes back to the mess table that I was sitting at one day with my friends at the Institute of Science. We had this question: what is the dream world that you want to live in? We had different ideas. What came to my mind is a picture that you're seeing here. I want to live in a very decentralized place where there is enough water for all and there are friends to live together, not just staying completely away, not having any people, but still have a community around and grow our own fruit and consume it there itself, and make sure that we have a wonderful life. This all had in my picture. But of course, what happened later in my life is slightly different, or rather very different. So my presentation my presentation or my journey is some way connected to that mess table discussion at the Institute of Science. Okay, I'm Ganesh Shankar, founder and CEO of Fluxion Technologies. And of course, our work is to make a world a water positive world. And how did we actually go through this journey is what I'm going to speak. So this is the overall presentation view about how it all started. What was the idea? And was it really water that I started with, or was it not? And what led to building a prototype, and then what we did in terms of deploying a pilot system at the field. And I would eventually be concluding with some product development and challenges. And so the journey could itself be some way a learning to who are starting up now, right? So yes, the Institute of Science, where I had this mess table discussion, but in my lab I used to build something called quadrupole ion trap mass spectrometer, which is a small part of a hardware in building a quantum computer. Probably we were too early to build quantum computers, so I ended up taking a job in General Electric in aviation system business, and then I moved to energy business. Of course, I had to put the picture of student council, because if I'm able to even talk to you, all of you, I think it was more of this activities as student council or college fest that eventually removed that barrier to communicate with the crowd, right? So, and of course, when I was in General Electric, I just felt that it didn't make sense to be solving a problem for a different country. I was working for putting energy meter, designing energy meter for Australian market. It didn't make sense to me because most of my education was public funded. I went to a government or a semi-government school, and later to government institutions to do my education, including my master's at the Institute of Science was on taxpayers' money. Right, I was getting scholarship on that. I thought I should do something that make more sense for all this journey. So I decided to leave my job and go to a small town or a village called Ujjire. It is now rather a town, I suppose. It's close to Dharmasthala, a pilgrimage place. And where I started working with a company called Selco on rural electrification projects. And working on that project, I realized the world is so unsymmetric. There is no level playing field. If I at all have got a seat in, say, whether it's RB or Institute of Science, it was because that many people even didn't have access to food or even electricity or water. And we were actually trying to compete with these guys who didn't have those. And all this name, fame, everything doesn't make sense when you're seeing the world so asymmetric. So that's my early understanding, and that led to what I did later on, right? So I came back to Bangalore, and I thought if you want to electrify villages or do projects on some of those things, first I should do it my own home. The charity should start from your home. So I set up a small solar plant along with my dear friend Hari. I thought, let's see how electricity I can get in my own home. I realized for the system that I put, I was not getting return on investment. You can see the date, it's 2012, that I was not getting the entire power that I was supposed to get from the solar plant, because there was all this trees and the shadow on falling on the solar panel. That was my first understanding on how I would use something like monitoring technology to understand how the solar energy generated is not it can be improved. So what was supposed to be 2 units of electricity, 2 kilowatt hour, I was getting only 1 kilowatt or something like that. So this, I went back to my alma mater, Institute of Science, and told, see, we wrote a software and hardware to actually monitor a solar plant. Would this be of any use? Mind you, this was in 2012. They told, can you set up a solar plant that has a tracking system and other has a static system? Tracking is like a sunflower. It would move like sunflower and you would get maximum power of it. We know it generates more power, but can you tell me how much more? Can you set up a system like that? So what we did was we put up this, the right side one is a tracking system, would move like a sunflower. The left side is a static system. And we put up a system to monitor the energy generated by each of it. So one was, since I had worked in GE energy meter business, I got some comparatively low cost energy meter and put up this system to monitor the power generated by tracking and a static system. And we also put a energy that would be feeding to the grid. And this was our earlier system. It looks very bulky. If you would do it, you would use a node MCU to do it, which is as small thing. But then, yeah, the software worked. What the software that we wrote was, you could see the amount of power generated by a tracking system and a static system. You could see the power generated by a tracking system was nearly more than the double of thing, and the energy generated is much more than double in the morning hour. It's not the entire day. At 8:30, we could see this. This was my clear understanding that how you should use data-driven approach to solve the problems of various systems. And we were just solving the problem of sustainability or clean tech, right? And you would hear from IoT Forum a lot of people solving a lot of this using data-driven approach if you attend more session by IoT Forum. Right, so this was our first moment. Yeah, makes sense, and we showed it to the Institute of Science, and they were very happy that we deployed. That picture is at the Institute of Science, and they were very happy that we were able to come up with this. At that point of time, Institute of Science was trying to do all possible way to improve the energy generation from solar, like putting tracking, putting an infrared filter to see if you can remove the heat and increase more electricity, or put some kind of a lens arrangement, Fresnel's lens, to see if you get generate more. So we were part of this project to help them get this data, and they even helped in identifying how much more power. This led to what I would call as the dream project at that point of time, of electrifying villages. Since I had worked in Selco, I understood what is electrifying villages like, and since I had worked in GE energy meter, I understood what is electrifying a big urban locality or big grids. So I thought we should strike a balance between single light housing system, individual house having a solar plant, because people wanted electricity, not a electricity plant, and what is considered a grid, a big grid, which was not possible to extend to rural places. How do we ensure that we put up a small solar plant that would generate electricity and feed it to a small grid called a microgrid? It could be a nano grid or a pico grid. So this was the idea, and it's not like we were like engineers in coming with this idea that the first grid probably was a microgrid, right? So I showed it to a bunch of people, right? I mean, a lot of people, and they told, Ganesh, this is a great idea, but don't work in India. And I understand you have worked in General Electric, ISE, but no offense to that, but please, I wouldn't encourage you to do this. It's not good. It was definitely a lot of pushback from a lot of people. And I felt, I mean, this was back in 2012-13 time. So, and then I thought, I don't know, I mean, but we still didn't want to stop dreaming about building this, right? So what I did was, we had a table tennis board on our lab. I thought, why don't we build a small microgrid on the table tennis board? So that's where the implementing the prototype. And we were also playing a lot of table tennis than working. So we thought it's a good way to increase our work. So what we did was we started putting the small houses on this table tennis place. You could see my friends and colleagues were there, and Hari was working with me during that time. And we had crazy 3 interns working with us who had jobs otherwise, but they thought working in this thing would be interesting. So what we did was we actually put up a small houses on the table tennis. It was not really aesthetically appealing for people to recognize it was we were building a grid. So what we did was we started putting these houses with something which would look like a grid. We put up this electricity grid such a way that it would look very close to a village. putting the same conduit and wires and putting sockets to light up this village, right? So you could see this lighting, and we were able to make this whole idea of the two-dimensional canvas on how we would electrify on a table tennis board. So it would look like this, and we had the same solar plant that I showed you earlier powering this house, that one in the very first image where there were 3 panels, right? So we started firing. So we put up this energy meter like we put in the previous project. We put up this energy meter to know how much energy is generated and how much energy is consumed by individual houses, right? And we connected Modbus cable to know how much electricity you will be getting consumed by individual house and consumed. Right? We wrote a software which was very similar to the one I showed you. This renewable energy monitor became a smart renewable energy microgrid, where we would be monitoring the amount of energy consumed by individual houses, right? And how much more power we would be required to power this. And we would all had a control system. If one of the house would consume more power, we would shut it down. So we wrote the software, both the front and back end, everything was done. We had an embedded hardware that would take the data from each house. All these things was wired at that point of time. We had not gone to wireless. This was back in 2012, 13 types, right? We wrote the software, and then we started showing it to a bunch of people. That's when they thought, okay, Ganesh, now this makes sense. I can see it working. So probably I was wrong that I was telling you this will not work. Now that you've shown me the stuff on the table tennis board, and however crude that you might say is, but still it gives a feel of how it would work in the field. That's when we were able to move our needle from that stage of people completely rejecting the idea. So this is for all those things, all those people who are experience a lot of rejection in their ideas, to not give up, probably do something like a prototype on the field and show the working of it. So we were able to build a prototype, and then we thought now we should put it on a not just on a table tennis board, on real ground. So that's my next part of the presentation, how we deployed a pilot on the field, right? So when I showed this again, I went to Divya Center for Climate Change at the Institute of Science. We showed this system. They were actually thrilled. They told, wow, this is good. I mean, we are working on climate resilient design, how we could work on reducing the overall impact of climate change by, reduce the overall impact, rather not the impact, reduce the climate change as much as possible. Like interventions like solar based microgrids definitely seem good, because you're not only generating power from solar, you're also not extending the electricity grid, which would requires hundreds of electric poles and wires laid out all the way from this one, right? So it was in line, and they also wanted to do a scientific study that would help in disseminating it for a larger pool of people. So what we did next was we identified a place which was not just a village, it was actually a remote village, extremely remote village. No access to electricity, no transportation, no medical facility. It was a reserve forest area, right? And you would see the picture in this, like it's Bhimgad Wildlife Sanctuary in Belgaum district of North Karnataka, right? I mean, we decided this place, as you know, you may know that Government of India, or rather Supreme Court, had made a ruling that you can't extend electricity grid inside a reserve forest. So what was very interesting to us is that, yes, I mean, this reserve forest would not have electricity forever, but can we give them through this way? In that way, they would have access to electricity. So we trekked there. I was in my 20s, right? In your 20s, you have this all this thing to jump around, go trekking. You're not married, you don't have children. World is your playground, and we just went to all possible trekking places to find out where can we put up this microgrid. And we found this place called Mendel in Bhimgad Wildlife Sanctuary inside this thing. Beautiful place. You can see perks of living in a place like this. I think these guys would have never experienced pandemic because they were so inside. I mean, they would have not experienced any change in their life. But yeah, we found this place. The houses were similar to that table tennis board, right? On the table tennis houses. So what we did was we understood what they were doing initially. If they didn't have access to all that we have today as lightings, electricity. They were using this chula, that is the kerosene lamp, for primarily that. There are some people who are also taking batteries all the way far and used to carry this battery and from this truck, which would be charged, and then they would use it for a week and then again take it back to the truck and then again do it. So we understood, and on top of that, they were using a kind of a, what do you call, the inverter with 30% efficiency. So if you are having 100 ampere hour, you would only get 30 ampere hour. On top of it, it's not a deep discharge battery. You'd only get 50% of it, only like 15 ampere hour. So it's very primitive ways. I mean, to make it simple, they were using very primitive ways of electricity. So what we did next was we talked to everybody. Is that, you know, is all you would learn in IoT forum and various other discussions, right? Human-centered design. If you don't design it for people who want it, then you are probably not designing for people to use it, right? So we talked to everybody in the village. We talked to the mukyas of the village. We talked to the ladies in the village. We talked to the children in the village. What really melted us was when the kids here said they want to go, they want to do homework. They told they want to do homework so that they can become engineers and they can become doctors and officers, right? And want to be with the compete with the rest of the world, like we all think, right? So that's when we realized, yes, this is a perfect place to electrify, because at least these kids could do homework that I didn't do in my school days, right? And that's how we started. We talked to the Shiroli Gram Panchayat and told them that like we want to electrify this village, and they were, wow, this is great, but sorry to say, we can't give you any place in this area. This is a forest covered area. You can't give any place. You can't set up a microgrid. They were almost again a pushback from the time we had we've been having pushbacks, right? So but they also were kind enough to tell, I have an idea for you guys. Why don't you ask the villagers to give some small place to actually put up the solar plant? And that was the answer. You know, there's a obstacle is a path. We found the path from there only, where there was an obstacle. And and then they also told you have to take permission from forest official to transport goods inside forest area. And we went to forest area, a forest official, talked to them. They were very kind. I told you do it according to certain. We took all the precautionary means to transport goods inside forest area. And then we took the Vicha Center for Climate Change was willing to fund this project. And that's how we started electrifying the village, right? What happened was first we thought we'll put underground cables, layout cables, so that this we don't have any kind of problems in any forest fire or anything kind of thing. But then the villagers told, if you're not putting electric pole, that means it's not real electricity. We understood that they were not exposed to a lot of privileges we have in understanding how electricity works. So instead of trying to go against them and put underground cable, we went with them and, okay, we'll put electric pole if you think that's what is real electricity. We also saw the advantage in doing that. We could also put street lights. The ladies in the village would not even go to urinate in the night because it's like it's a dark, there's no light, and they were also scared of various things, right? I mean, I can't. So putting a street light also means they would actually not have to this one, right? So they were able to go and it became a more safer place where they were living. Even the snake bite and all would be avoided. So we put up this electric pole, street light. We put up this 2 kilowatt plant. We put up the same electrical wiring as we had put in the table tennis board. So you can see the same energy meter that I had put in my table tennis board is the same energy meter here. Same electrical cables that is there in the table tennis board, right? So in a way, we had completely simulated the system on the table tennis board, which we were able to show it in this village. So we took the help of the villagers to set up various things. Like, for example, since it was funded by the Vicha Center for Climate Change at ISC, they wanted weather parameters, rainfall, temperature, humidity, everything, because they were also trying to do a scientific study out of this whole deployment of a microgrid and rural electrification project. So we took the help of the villagers. We took the local solar installer to set up the solar plant. Our goal was to actually build a grid. It's not that we wanted to do everything. We wanted to work with the people to deploy a solution. There was a local solar guy called Mr. Kamath, who was actually helping in getting the solar panels, battery, and everything, right? And we put this electric solar this what do you call, the weather station, with the help. Of course, we later extended the height because they're not getting proper data because of the various obstruction. And same kind of socket that we had seen in that whole microgrid table tennis board we put up here. And like this, we also put up this whole embedded system and a control panel and wired it, and we were able to put electrical conditioning circuit, MCBs, and all those things, and made this. One key thing that I learned from General Electric was that there's this rule called 1:10:100 rule. If you solve a problem at a design level, you solve the problem at $1. If you solve the problem at a design level, if the same problem is solved at the laboratory level, you would be solving the problem at $10. If you are not able to solve the problem at laboratory, if you solve the problem at the field, then you actually take it to your customer location or the field where you. The same problem would be solved at $100. Because we are solving the problem at the reserve forest area, the cost would have been $1,000 for us. So we are very cognizant that we had to solve most of the problem at the laboratory level. So we did it, most of it. So we actually did it, and within 1 or 2 days, the system was completely functional. The entire credit should go to my team. In fact, part of the project when it was executed, I was tying knot to my wife. So my team and they had a bunch of interns from NITK Surathkal. During my time, it was called REC. Today, it's called NITK Surathkal. We had interns from there. My friends from ISC had become professors there. They had sent a bunch of their students to do internship. Part of their internship, they were living in this village to electrify this thing. So in a way, we deployed the solution, and like this, we had a solar plant, 2 kilowatt solar plant, weather station, because we wanted to know how much is the performance of the solar plant with respect to weather parameters. We had this battery to store the electricity during the night time when they want to have electricity. Battery would store. The solar charge controller and inverter would ensure that seamless energy transfer between the solar panels and the battery and to the house eventually. We had the smart monitoring. That was the core of the work that we are trying to do, to ensure that how do we ensure that we take care of such microgrids seamlessly, because you can't send a technician every time to this village. Only using data science, this IoT or monitoring solution, we would know what's the problem. Houses, if one house is consuming more power than the other house, then eventually you have to do the right billing. And at the same time, if you want to ensure that we are generating 10 units of electricity, each house should not get more than 1 unit if you have 10 houses. So using this, the smart monitoring system was our core work, and we were also monitoring data from weather station to ensure that is the performance of the system aligned with the amount of sunlight you are getting, right? That's how we built this. Like this little girl you are seeing, for the first time in her life, she experienced electricity, like what we had, you can see here. At least the men in the village, you go to the Panjim and nearby cities to do masonry work and have experience of comfort, but ladies and the girls had never gone. She was first time. Of course, this project was done in 2014. Today, she's even going to college and aspiring to become an IAS officer, right? I mean, that's in fact that year the passing percentage increased by 70%. And I mean, what is we all take it for granted is something so fundamental for somebody to even pass in an exam. And I'm not saying that we did anything; they put all the hard work to pass in the exam, but energy is still an enabler. So that's the context also of this talk today on how we are doing innovation. I'm glad that our team was able to do this. But what is, I mean, they were also able to get a television. They were able to watch Chitrahar, Chitramanjari, and also EduSat. In a way, it was a level playing field that was set. Like in a sense, they were having access to what the urban people were having. Not completely, I agree, but to an extent at least, the field was becoming more level than what. And it was just one place. I see we have to do it for the. But what happened later, I'll share it. So we also they were able to charge their phones, and they were able to, it was very interesting that there was mobile network, but there's no electricity. So they were able to use both because of electricity. right? And so our system was able to understand how much is the energy generated and how they were able to use. This was a day when there was complete sunlight. They were not even switching off the light at this laptop because, and we also were able to see the behavioral pattern using this graph that at 6 o'clock is when they watch TV, they come home and they start utilizing this thing. But on the day when there was electricity was very less because the sunlight was less, they had to be very conscious on using this electricity. So what we understood was the days of autonomy has to be increased on the battery. You have to increase the battery sizing, but you will have more. So like this, we also wrote a paper in along with the Vicha Center for Climate Change, which was trying to tell, which also helped us how to really build microgrids. How this also went on to, since the Vicha Center was there using this, were one of the contributors of the paper. It also went on to various other organizations like this one. I mean, the microgrid developers and various other policy intervention in building microgrids on, because there was no policy in microgrid development at that time. So we were all set to, I mean, I even presented this work at IEEE Smart Grid Conference in Miami. So that way we learned a lot from others also on how it could have been done better, and we further implemented some of those constructs. So what happened later was very interesting. When we were trying to do energy sharing among this microgrid, we didn't realize that sharing electricity was not still legal in India at that time. So we found that impediment that we could not actually take this business forward. What I was saying is 2014, that there's no real policy to share electricity. Only electricity board was allowed to share electricity. So what we later on did was that we should use this concept, not just electrifying villages. We should also try to see how we could place where there's electricity sharing is already there. That is urban, I mean, this apartments and facilities like that. We showed this solution, and what we came to know from them is it's not just electricity. We also have to monitor water. Because as a country, we were losing out on groundwater. So how do we ensure the software that we have written, the hardware that we have developed, can be codified to solve both energy and water? So we kind of made a hardware and software to solve both energy and water solution. What happened later was we came with a similar diagram. I mean, this is like a kind of a pivot. We were going through this pivot from electrifying villages to managing resources in various facilities to conserve both energy and water. So as you could see here, we came with this idea of how would we monitor all this facilities. I mean, how would we ensure that there's enough water and enough energy and reduce? So we thought if you don't measure, you can't manage, right? That's a fundamental for anything. And for the fact that I had worked in General Electric and worked on Six Sigma project, I realized it goes to define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So we thought we should have a digitized approach to find out where there's leakage, wastage, excessive usage of water and energy wastage in the system through this digital transformation approach. So what we did next was we came with this, just like we had a solution like what I had mentioned. We came with this cardboard based thing. This time we got a carpenter to do a setup like an apartment or a factory where we would monitor energy and water, and we started exhibiting in events. So you can see one of my ex-colleagues, Jagdish, exhibiting in an event. We showed this whole software and hardware to a lot of people who came to the exhibition. We find so many people interested in our solution. One person was from this Titan Jewelry Division, Tanishk. They told me like, this is fantastic. We have been waiting for people like you to reduce our water consumption. While we have sorted out with energy, we wanted somebody to solve the water. I see that your solution can do both energy and water. Can you actually help us? They had a very stringent problem. They were in a water stressed area in Hosur Road, and they were consuming a lot of water. They were buying water from various sources. Being a Tata company, very responsible, so they were doing zero liquid discharge. They were not discharging any effluents to the environment. So what they told us, we want to overall reduce the water consumption and ensure today it's a very anxiety oriented water management. We wanted to be proactive and reduce the overall water consumption in our facility. and ensure that even our water management is more streamlined, so that we know where we have enough water. They also had they didn't have enough water sometimes for production, so that was even scarce, like because of the borewell are running out of. So we want to go with a more data driven approach towards managing water. So this is our story with Tanishq, and I'll be sharing now. I hope I have some another 5 to 10 minutes to complete.
Yes,
Uh,
yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to complete in less than 10 minutes. So what we did understood from Titan Jewelry Division was that they were doing a very manual way of managing water, and it was becoming very difficult to do it. So their water was actually there's times when there was a lot of water. This one coming out, I mean overflow. While they were actually very proactive in many ways. The company itself, so they were using taking water data from more than 30 different locations, taking hand readings of water data across multiple different facilities, right, and multiple places rather within that facility. So what we did was we digitized their water infrastructure. What we did was we put up our IoT hardware in bunch of locations wherever there was water flow. We put up this water flow meter and this IoT hardware that we developed that would send the data cloud. We evolved at doing everything on wireless. We were able to monitor the water flow at different locations, partnered with water flow meter vendors, and developed our own IoT hardware to get the water data, built our analytics platform and web dashboard, as you could see here. You would have a small solar panel to power this device, and we developed this software, as you could see here, which would help them understand how much is the water consumption at different points, where there's over usage, where there's leakage. So what used to be data taking twice a day became taking data every 2 minutes. Later, we of course changed to 5 minutes, but we were able to take this data and help them identify where there's over usage. Came up with visualization on how the water levels and where they were to take the water flow from. I mean, where they should borewell monitoring. Today, we have a strong regulation that all borewell data should be monitored and you should pay for it. They were actually conscious in doing it much early before we would it would become an enforcement. And this helped them understand whether they have enough water for production and are they able to treat the water. So the dashboard also helped in identifying where there's excessive usage, leakage. So before they used to do visual inspection to find out leakage, wastage, and underground pipes, so it is not even in their control. Using our solution, they were able to come up with, I should say, our solution in the sense we co-innovated. I mean, we worked with Titan Jewelry to build our entire software. I think most of the time customers never get the credit. I believe in our case, we worked with customer, they knew the domain, we worked with them and understood what to solve. And we even gave them a reporting of all the data, whether for an internal audit or external audit for the pollution control board, various things. They used to spend a week, last week of the quarter, doing all this report, getting the data from the ledger, putting on Excel, trying to generate. We gave a more sophisticated report, which would be more insightful to solve the problem through this one, what do you call, where they would be getting a report that would just take a minute to get. What would be a 1 week effort is a minute's effort now. So this problem that we solved for Titan eventually became our product, right? We realized the same problems. The Tatas are visionaries. They are always thinking about how to protect the environment, society at all levels. So what we saw from the Titan is what we decided we have to sell the solution to all the other guys. While I'm talking to you, I have more than 30 plus clients today, saved more than 1 billion liters of water so far, and 50 different locations we have deployed our solution. So we realized that we have to free industries from water shortage or using technology. That's what we came up with a solution. So though the company started in 2011 as a projects and consulting, 2018 we became a real startup solving a product, right? Building a product. Till 2018 we are still doing a lot of other work. So what I mean to say is, and of course we got a major support from NASSCOM CIIT. We were invested and also to an extent got grants from Cisco Launchpad. We've also been accelerated by Berkeley and of course Deshpande Startups. Recently we got we've been selected as by Microsoft for Startups as one of the few companies in whole of SAARC region in Microsoft Global Social Entrepreneurship Program for the work that we are doing in water conservation, in how we are ensuring that by identifying the water data, we're able to come up with new intervention, whether it is water treatment or rainwater harvesting, water conservation, all through a data-driven approach. So the problem that led to solving the problem of Titan, now we have actually codified, or rather put it in, what is the problem for rest of the industries today? The cost of water is increasing rapidly. I mean, it is today groundwater extraction also you have to pay for it, and it is more 10 times or more if you are in a water stressed area. On top of that, the amount of energy that is spent in pumping purification, this is an embedded cost of water, embedded cost in terms of water, that chemicals. So if you're saving a kiloliter of water, you also save the amount of energy that has gone into it, chemicals and things like that. So that cost is sometimes 10x to 100x. In paper and pulp, it is more around 100x. And the compliance has become very strong, right? There's a strict compliance that has come, which also makes sure that the solution that we have come up with ensures that the industries don't have to worry about this compliance, but just utilize it. That is, one is like the groundwater extraction has to be monitored. You have to save it. If you don't save more than 20% if you don't reduce your groundwater extraction by 20% next couple of years, you would also get into a lot of environmental compensation payment and penalties. And you'll not be eligible for a lot of environmental incentives being leader. So ESG risk is today that if you are actually listed in stock, especially 1,000 top listed SEBI listed companies, they have to do environmental filing along with it, called BRSR, where they have to sustainability reporting has to be done along with their profit and loss. So industries which are not complying will not get investment eventually. And your water footprint, energy footprint will come in your packets of goods that you buy along with your protein, vitamin, this one. So you will not buy a product which is consuming 10 times more water than the competing product, right? So because of which water management has become a necessity today for industries. It's just not like nice to have, it is a mandatory thing. On top of that, we are only with worse and worse things in terms of way environment grows, right? Climate change is worsening the water crisis. What it means is a warmer planet leads to a different kind of evapotranspiration, and the cities that we are growing lived in was also the same cities lived by Ashoka to Akbar, but now the rainfall pattern has changed. So you will not have the same availability of rainfall when Ashoka or Akbar had, but different kind of. So now, how do you ensure water availability with this scenario? And it has led to both drought and flood. And we have seen industries shutting down because of unavailability of water. We have seen a glimpse of it in Chennai. And I recently heard from one of the CSOs from Godrej food processing company saying that they have to shut down industry for more than 15 days to a month because of unavailability of water. So in spite of all this, we are using very primitive ways of prehistoric ways of managing water. That's when we actually came with the end-to-end water management. From what we did for Titan, we have actually codified it a solution called Aquagen that helps in reducing water wastage by up to 30%. And I don't know if the audio will come. Let me try. I will end my presentation with this video if I have another 3 minutes to present. Can I go with this video? This video summarizes
exactly 3 minutes you have. Just kidding.
Industries are huge guzzlers of water. Do you know you're able to hear the audio?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then I'll start. I just didn't. Industries are huge guzzlers of water. Do you know how much water does it take to make a pair of jeans? 7,600 liters. And guess how much a dairy uses every day just for cleaning? More than 1 lakh liter of water. By 2040, most of the countries would not have enough water for their basic needs. The only way to stop this is to become water positive, especially by industries. Being water positive means to reduce wastage and leakage, recycle most of the water, and use methods like rainwater harvesting to meet the rest of the water requirements. As a consumer, depending on these industries, our indirect water footprint is much larger than the water we directly consume on a daily basis. But what if industries could minimize their water consumption? What if a dairy used only 45,000 liters instead of 90,000 a day? If 20 dairies did the same, they would be able to save water the size of a lake every year. This is exactly what FluxGen helps industries do. Our technology enables industry owners and factory workers to use water as efficiently as possible. Aquagen monitors the entire water infrastructure of a factory and prevents wastage. We have flow sensors set up in pipes and water level sensor in tanks. All of these are connected by IoT to the cloud. Our devices even measure the energy that water pump and the recycling equipment consumes. If an anomaly such as leakage is detected, it alerts the worker on the phone app. There's also a dashboard where managers can see their consumption pattern and take corrective action. We've seen a huge positive behavioral change in water consumption by our customers. For example, the Winner Dairy in Puducherry has cut down their water consumption by 30,000 liters a day in just few months. This has also cut the electricity cost by 15%. There's a direct financial benefit in managing water consumption. 10 years ago, this level of automated water monitoring wasn't required, but now it's essential. As our problems change and new ones come up, our solutions have to keep evolving. Like during the recent lockdown, our team couldn't travel to other states to deploy our product. We took this as a challenge and we found local partners in different cities to set up our systems. It also pushed us to redesign our device and make them more plug and play. So now we are in a position to take our technology anywhere in the world. My goal is to make our lives water positive because there's no substitute to water, right?
Inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for this opportunity. I really cherish this opportunity and speaking to you all. So happy to take any question. All that I want to end is saying that you can always start anything in your life where with completely with your heart. I mean, just where your heart is, and you do it. Some or the other way, you learn the way on the process. Like for us, it was all about how do we solve the problems of people in a not in the side of privilege, but it led us to solve even we understand deeper problems in society and how we could eventually put an attempt towards solving it. Not that we have solved.
Amazing, Ganesh. Thank you very, very much. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where it's lunchtime and a Saturday evening, but there's so many people still here. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone would like to interact with Ganesh and say something, converse, we can have that. Because Ujjain is, by the way, my hometown as well. I've been brought up, I've been born there. I'm born in Ujjain.
Oh my God.
Amazing place, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We got even our product head is from Ujjain.